excuses for hitting live and then sitting here for 15 minutes and not streaming. But I do have an explanation. Hello Ornip. Hello Heya. Heya. And that explanation is hey, about that Suika game, about that silly watermelon game, about Suika, yeah, I might have a problem. We were yeah, that's actually it. You guys were the creepypasta the whole time. Hi Glock, hello. Yeah, no, it was definitely not that I was playing the Suika game, but I was waiting on, because I normally wait like 5 minutes just to let Twitch send notifications and whatnot. And then I looked up and it had been 15 minutes. Yeah, it's pretty good. If you liked 2048, you'll like it. It's fun. It's fun. I'm bad at it, but it's fun, and I have problems with games like that, like Picross and similar. I'm like, oh, big think. Yes. Whatnot, you know. But how are you guys? Hello. Sorry for the wait. Again, I have problems, and that game is taking over my life a little bit. I told my mom about it. I was like, Mama Fos, I have a problem. And she's like, oh. And I was like, you should try it. And she's like, no. Right now, Mama Fos has a problem with games. Or like, she doesn't like games, but then she'll pick one up and she'll be addicted. Like when that Harry Potter in class drunk. Oh my goodness, what are you? Ornip. Tisk. How dareth of thee. But Mama Fos has a problem where she'll pick up a game and then she gets addicted. Like when the Harry Potter Pokemon Go game came out, it was scary how addicted she was. Like crazy. Like we'd be driving in the car and she'd be like, okay, Stella, I need 4 more greens. And I'm like, okay. And she's like, you missed one. I was like, Mama Fos, and we are driving too fast. Pay attention to the road. Oh my god, literally though. But and then she got addicted to like Wordle, and it's really bad. Like, switch. Yeah, honestly. You wanna buy a Suika? You want a Suika game? You want a silly watermelon? Too bad you're not getting it. You're gonna have 2 honeydews and you're gonna cry, and that's all they're never gonna touch. What was it? But then like Wordle came out, and she still plays Wordle every single day. And when I say Wordle, I mean like Wordle and then every variation of Wordle, including one where it's like you have like 32 different words or 80 words or something, and it's like, Mama, you have a problem. Mama, please stop. And she recently on her Kindle downloaded like one of those search and find games, and it's scary. She's like an iPad kid addicted to it. Like, she's like, hang on, I need to finish. Like, you know, people with gacha games are like, hang on, I need to finish my dailies. I need to do my dailies. She's like that, but she's like, she'll bring her Kindle in the car. And when it's like, okay, it's time to leave the garage, she'll be like, hang on, I'm in the middle of a search and find. I'm like, Mama Fos, you're worse than me. Mama. It's really funny. So it's good to know that I definitely picked up this addiction from her. Or at least now I know where my ADHD came from. But yeah, I hope you guys are doing well. Today we're going to be reading some classic creepypastas, and I actually learned something really interesting while preparing this stream. And it has to do with everyone's favorite boy, and what did we decide he was to me in the last stream? I don't know. My honey boo sugar bunch, Jeffy the killer, comma Jeff. I learned some the killer. Oh my, yes, the killer, comma Jeff. But I learned some really, the lore runs deep. I'd like to preface this stream with, I have not touched anything creepypasta aside from, like, I don't remember whenever Marble Hornets ended, I watched Marble Hornets and, like, Everyman Hybrid until they ended. I don't remember when that was. I know Marble Hornets ended kind of after, but anyway, that's only, like, tangentially related to creepypasta. That's like a Slender arg. And even then, it's, like, technically not Slender, but it is, you know? He's the operator and whatnot. Great arg. Oh my god, living through Marble Hornets was amazing. So glad I saw it to the end. But I haven't touched creepypasta since 2013, 2014. So I don't know anything about it. I still follow, like, all the creators I did, like Madame Macabre and Mr. Creepypasta and whatnot. I still follow them. I just don't watch any of their videos or look at their content. So I learned some deep lore that happened. It had to be 2014 that I stopped. Because in 2015, a major change came to Jeff the Killer. So Jeff the Killer, we're gonna start with that story. Is that the one I have open? Yeah. I went to go find this story, right? And I had the hardest time finding it. Like, the hardest time. I was like, okay, it's creepypasta.com, right? The Creepypasta wiki. That's where you read this shit, right? No. I was like, okay, Creepypasta wiki. It's not there. Oh, how about this other Creepypasta wiki? No. How about Creepypasta? No. I couldn't find it for the life of me. I had to dig until I found it, like, through scrolling through the whole Jeff the Killer page on creepypasta.com. Apparently, in 2014 or 2015, it was decided that the story is so poorly written, the original Jeff the Killer creepypasta, that they were like, people are complaining, it's a piece of shit, it is shit, and we don't want it on our fandom wiki anymore. Get rid of it! Rewrite it! And they held a contest for rewriting it, and then people voted on, like, what the best one was, and that's now the definitive Jeff the Killer story. I've never read that one. That one came out in 2015, and I stopped creepypasta in 2013, 2014. So this took forever to find. I was like, where the fuck is Jeff the Killer? I want the original shitty story. That's what I want. That's what I want, though. I want the bad one. I don't want to read... Okay, there are some good creepypastas that I like. I remember reading Pen Pal in... whenever it was the creepypasta of the year. I don't remember, or the month, I don't know. It was middle school, wasn't it? Probably like 2011 or something. Maybe before that. I don't remember. That one scared the shit out of me. I cannot read that one. It will trigger my PTSD. But that one is really good. There are other ones that are classic pastas that I think are good from my memory, like No End House. I want to read No End House today. There's also, I think No End House actually got a full TV adaptation off the show. There was a horror, like a creepypasta anthology show that ran on Sci-Fi. I don't remember what it was called, but they did Candle Cove and No End House. Season 1 was Candle Cove and season 2 was No End House. I watched the first couple episodes and it was really good. The Tooth Fairy thing was so well done. But it was like a really good show. I don't remember what happened to it. I like I said, I grew out of creepypasta. I moved into normal horror, and also that was around the time where I said fuck all my other interests. I'm going all in on Black Rock Shooter and then like anything tangential to it. So creepypasta had to go. I had to make room for my beloved. But yeah, there's like some good pastas. Jeff the Killer is not one of them. Jeff the Killer is not well written. It is not scary. It is just bad. It's just bad. And so it was deleted. There was also a lot of controversy over who invented Jeff the Killer as a character. Apparently, there were like multiple people claiming they wrote the original, or the original writer isn't known, I don't believe. I forget about that. No, for real though. That's how my mind space works though. That's how that gas up there works. You just kind of siphon it out through an ear and be like, oh, goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye, Undertale. Goodbye. What else? Homestuck. Goodbye, Creepypasta. Bye-bye. And then the other, it's like, and you like slurping all that black rock shooter goodness. All that pooty cua. What was I saying? I don't remember. Godzilla Game 1. I don't think I've ever heard of that one. I was really only into like the fandom side of Creepypasta. I was also like on the okay. Lore, the history. There's like two sides of Creepypasta fans, right? There's the community and then there's the fandom. The community are the people that are like in it for the horror and like the creative writing. Very similar to how No Sleep functions, if you know about r/No Sleep. And then there's the fandom, which they pick out the characters, they're making OCs, they're doing this, and that. Uwu, Jeff Kun, that kind of deal, right? Well, they're in it for like the lore, the overarching story and whatnot. And then there's the community that's like just an extension of horror fans, but internet horror specifically. Yeah. Why was I forgot why I mentioned this. I was on both sides. I evolved from the fandom side to the community side. And then I was like, nah, I'm out. I'm out. I have BRS now. I don't need you. I don't want to play with you anymore. Like Andy in Toy Story. If you didn't get the reference, because I'm pretty sure I quoted it incorrectly. What was I saying? Right, but a lot of classic creepypastas are not well written. Jeff the Killer is just exceptionally bad. So let's take you through that. That's what I want to start with. I want to go into some good ones too that I remember being good, but most of them are going to be the shitty ones that the fandom focuses on because it's like, oh my god, it's Link but evil. Oh my god, what if Mickey Mouse murdered people? What if Squidward? Period. End of sentence. What if Squidward? Yeah. The funny thing with this stream is, I don't know if you saw the tweet, but what if hyper-realistic SpongeBob blood? Literally, though. There's, like, so many different genre of creepypasta where it's, like, specific to internet horror that creepypasta kind of honed in on with the internet, where it's like that was the origin of a lot, like with Lost, not Lost, like evil Lost, like a Lost episode creepypastas and like Lost game creepypastas. That's real. That's like found footage horror, but like internet. That's like the origin of it. Also the amount of My Little Pony creepypastas. Oh my god. I remember reading so many of those. Anyway, there was a line of thought that I was following and I completely lost it. And I don't remember what I was talking about before. Right! Multiple people claimed like, oh, I made Jeff the Killer, I made Jeff the Killer. And I don't think we know who wrote the original story. And the original image for Jeff the Killer is, like, also lost media. But this story is what popularized Jeff the Killer. No matter how shitty it is, and then apparently got a rewrite in 2015, and it's really, really long. Like, for the contest, it was too long and had to be cut down when they posted it. So there's two versions. There's, like, the published version, and then there's the uncut version, and it's like, oh my god. Oh my god, what? Like, I write long stories. Oh, yeah, I have an English degree, so I will be judging these. I write for fun. I sat down one day and I was like, I'm just gonna write a little bit, and then I wrote 2,000 words in like an hour, and I was like, okay. And yes, Godzilla creepypasta, a bit more popular years. Okay, half of these words are not in the Bible. I don't, Turnip, you're speaking in tongues to me. You're saying things that I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what RL Craft is. Yeah, I'm very confused. Also, If I sound dead, Minecraft mod pack. Oh yeah, no, that doesn't tell me anything. I don't know any Minecraft mods. I know some shaders and that's it. And like I've seen people play with mods, like Call Me Kevin or whatnot. But I never was like, I know what this is. I just go, oh yeah, that's modded Minecraft. If I sound dead, I was doing dance practice before stream, and I first did it outside because people were here, and I was like, oh, I don't want to dance, I can't do that. So I danced outside in the heat, and then in the rain, and then I came inside, and I practiced more, and I felt like I was dying. So that was fun. Also, I threw out my voice recently singing Rolling Girl by Wallaka, because I was trying to find a pitch at which I could sing it. Yeah, scream singing, essentially. I just screamed at points. I was like, that's not right. Threw out my voice, so my voice is a little weird. I'm sorry if it sounds weird. It sounds weird and scratchy to me, though. So hopefully it isn't. Anyway, let's turn on some spooky tunes. Put my desktop audio on so you guys can hear the spooky tunes. Spooky tunes. The classic, of course. And let's get a reading. Turn down the lights, childrens. It's time to read the classicest of horrors. This is a very joyous, happy little song for Creepypastas. I'm gonna turn down a little bit. It's loud in my ears. Okay, that's better. Ahem. This does not suit the tone. Clock! No! Why you redeemable? I'm peon. Alright. As if my voice isn't woo enough normally. Alright. Hem.
Except from a local newspaper, ominous unknown killer is still at large. After weeks of unexplained motives, the ominous unknown killer is still on the rise. After little evidence has been found, a young boy states that he survived one of the killer's attacks and bravely tells his story. I had a bad dream and I woke up in the middle of the night, says the boy. I saw that for some reason the window was open, even though I remember it was closed before I went to bed. I got up and shut it once more. Afterwards, I simply crawled under my covers and tried to get back to sleep. That's when I had a strange feeling, like someone was watching me. Dun dun dun. Ah, button! I forgot my toggles do thing! Oh, there's his beautiful face. Anyway, scroll back all the way down. Fucking hell. Wow, why are there ads now? There's ads now! Okay, here we go. Now we're good. There's another ad! Okay, whatever. Fuck you. I woke up and nearly jumped out of my bed. There, in the little rays of light illuminating from between my curtains, were a pair of two eyes. I lost my spot. These weren't regular eyes. They were dark, ominous eyes. They were bordered in black and just plain out terrified me. That's when I saw his mouth. A long, horrendous smile that made every hair on my body stand up. The figure stood there, watching me. Finally, after what seemed like forever, he said it. A simple phrase, but said in a way only a madman could speak. She said, "Go to sleep." I let out a scream. Ah! That's what she sent him at me. He pulled a knife, aiming at my heart. He jumped on top of my bed. I fought back. I kicked, I punched, I whirled around, trying to knock him off of me. That's when my dad busted in. The man threw the knife. It went into my dad's shoulder. The man probably would have finished him off if one of the neighbors hadn't alerted the police. Spooky. They drove into the parking lot and ran towards the door. The man turned and ran down the hallway. I heard a smash, like glass breaking. As I came out of my room, I saw the window was pointing towards the back of my house was broken. I looked out it to see him vanish into the distance. I can tell you one thing. I will never forget that face. Those cold, evil eyes and that psychotic smile, they will never leave my head.
Yippee! Police are still on the look for this man. On the look? They're on the look. I'm not liking the music I picked. I kind of want to change it. Oh, what I hit the, what button is this? He didn't even kill anyone. Yeah, Jeff the Killer. Sure. Yeah, sounds fake to me. Police are still on the look for this man. If you see anyone that fits the description in the story, please contact your local police department. Oh no, why can I read better with the Uwu voice? Jeff and his family had just moved into a new neighborhood. His dad had gotten a promotion at work, and they thought it would be best to live in one of those fancy neighborhoods. It's called a gated community. Jeff and his brother Liu couldn't complain though. A new, better house. What was not to love? As they were getting unpacked, one of their neighbors came by. Hello, she said. I'm Barbara. I live across the street from you. Well, I just wanted to introduce myself and to introduce my son. She turns around and calls her son over. Billy, these are our new neighbors. Billy said hi and ran back to play in his yard. Well, said Jeff's mom, I'm Margaret, and this is my husband Peter and my two sons, Jeff and Leo. They each introduced themselves, and then Barbara invited them to her son's birthday. Jeff and his brother were about to object when their mother said that they would love to. I have to sneeze. All good. I was reading, I could feel it building. I was like, ah. This music ain't working for me. I need like ambiance. Though it does match how silly I feel reading this. When Jeff and his family were done packing, Jeff went up to his mom. Mom, why would you invite us to some kid's party? If you haven't noticed, I'm not some dumb kid. Hang on, the music's gonna switch over to something that looks like it's not royalty free. So let's find some royalty free music, shall we? 1 hour of dark and mysterious ambient writing for writing and creativity. Halloween lullaby royalty, Halloween music, spooky fun playlist, no copyright, cute, happy, fun. Haunted house, lo-fi, hip-hop mix, relaxing Halloween music, pumpkin jack-o'-lanterns, best spooky Halloween playlist, relaxing Halloween music for sleep. Okay, let's try the haunted lo-fi. I think that'd be funny. Okay. Yeah, sure, why not? Okay. I can work with this. It better be copyright free or I'll eat someone. Slurp is gonna be you, turnip. Oh. Getting louder. Well, now we jamming. Cause you're the vegetable and I need to eat healthy. Where was I? I'm not some dumb kid. Jeff, said his mother. We just moved here. We should know that we should show that we want to spend time with our neighbors. Now we're going to that party and that's final. I thought I heard a doorbell ring. I don't even think we have a doorbell. Do we have a doorbell? I think we do. Oh yeah, no, for sure. We're gonna okay, here's the thing. For Thanksgiving every year, Mama Fos makes mashed potatoes and mashed turnips because some people don't like potatoes that we serve. So she'll make like mashed turnips. And guess who's on the menu this year? The lore, Ornip. Why do you think you breathe? Why do you think you breathe, Ornip? Thanksgiving! Yummy, yummy, yummy! I don't eat the turnips, so I actually hate the taste of turnips. They're nasty. I like potato. What was I doing? I was reading a story. Oh my god, I can remember putting her in the potato ricer. Oh, you know it. Nice. Ricer. Well, you're gonna have to try a little harder than that, little veggie. Where was I? All right. Yeah, hey, son, you're going to that kid's party and you're gonna like it. Now shut up and go to your room. Jeff started to talk, but he stopped himself, knowing that he couldn't do anything. Whenever his mom had said something, it was final. He walked up to his room and plopped down on his bed. He sat there looking at his ceiling when suddenly he got a weird feeling. Not so much pain, but a weird feeling. He dismissed it as just some random feeling. Was it a feeling? He got a weird feeling, a random feeling. Hello, Ricky! He heard his mother call him down to get his stuff and he walked down to get it. Come get your stuff! He got his stuff. How you doing? I hope you're doing well. Welcome to spooky time. The next day, Jeff walked downstairs to get breakfast and got ready for school. He sat there, eating his breakfast. He once again got that feeling. This time it was stronger. It gave him a slight tugging pain, but he once again dismissed it. As he and Liu finished breakfast, they walked down to the bus stop. They sat there waiting for the bus, and then, all of a sudden, some kid on a skateboard jumped over them, only inches above their laps. They both jumped back in surprise. While sitting on the bench. Hey, what the hell? The kid landed and turned back to them. He kicked his skateboard up and caught it with his hands. The kid seemed to be about 12, 1 year younger than Jeff. He wears an Aeropostale shirt and ripped blue jeans. Oh no, this is, yeah, no. I actually remember it being written worse than this. I remember it being worse. Well, well, well. It looks like we got some new meat. This kid is 12. What? What are you talking about? I will eat you. I will squish you beneath my foot. A 7th grader! Exactly. Literally. Oh my god. I think in the rewrite that they made Jeff 15, and I'm like, okay, yeah, that makes more sense, because like around that age there's a bit more aggression in bullying. Like bullying in middle school is more like passive aggressive, talking behind your back, exclusion, and maybe like hair pulling or like spilling stuff on you. The level that happens in Jeff the Killer is definitely more high school. It reminds me of do I hear my cat? No, I thought I heard my cat. It reminds me of like in Most Popular Girls in School, where it's like, Jesus Christ, what the hell is that? Is that a fucking gremlin? No, I'm a 3rd grader. I don't care what that thing says. Don't feed it after midnight. Went to your middle school. Really? Oh wow. Like, I think the worst bullying I got is I got like grabbed by my head and then like spun and thrown around, but that was like 2nd grade. Otherwise before that it was like a lot of like making you feel like shit, like emotionally destroying you. I have to sneeze again. Oh my. Oh yeah, it was bad though, like
The store got fucked up real good. Look, guys, this is a look into my dark and twisted mind.
This is a look into my dark and twisted mind. It's an evil star. No, it was wild. Yeah, no. I don't know. I've suppressed most of the memories, so there might have been violence and I just don't remember it. Oh, but yeah, this like pouring bleach on someone, that feels oh no, that feels very elementary school, but like middle school, there's like middle school like punching, yeah, but like bleach and fire, that feels more high school. And also 12-year-old skateboarding doesn't feel real to me. I don't think a 12-year-old is gonna do a fucking kickflip or whatever like this. I don't know, in what world would I, even if I was a child, be afraid of a 12-year-old? If I was 13 and a 12-year-old threatened me, I would probably kick them. Ah, suddenly 2 other kids appeared. They just popped into existence. One was super skinny and the other was huge. Well, since you're new here, I'd like to introduce ourselves. Over there is Keith. Jeff and Liu looked over to the skinny kid. He had a dopey face that you expect the sidekick to have, and he's Troy. They looked over at the fat kid. Talk about a tub of lard! This kid looked like he hadn't exercised since he was crawling. Holy shit! Now, I think that's the most vile murder that they've committed in this story. They've straight up just killed him. You can't come back from being called a tub of lard. And I, said the first kid, am Randy. Now, for all the kids in this neighborhood, there's a small price for bus fare if you catch my drift. Liu stood up, ready to punch the lights out of the kid's eyes when one of his friends pulled a knife on him. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I had hoped you would be more cooperative, but it seems we must do this the hard way. The kid walked up to Liu and took his wallet out of his pocket. Jeff got that feeling again. That was truly strong, a burning sensation. He stood up, but Liu gestured for him to sit down. Jeff ignored him and walked up to the kid. Listen here, you little punk. Give back my bro's wallet or else. Randy put the wallet in his pocket and pulled out his own knife. Oh, and what will you do? And then Mato showed up and she pulled a katana out of her backpack. Thank God that story doesn't exist on the internet anymore. I just wish I had written it. That way I could be like, yeah, I committed the greatest sin that the internet has ever seen. Alas, it's dead now. And most people don't even know what I'm talking about. Good. Haunts my nightmares. Jeans in the shower. Ah! Anyway. Oh, and what will you do? Just as he finished the sentence, Jeff popped the kid in the nose. As Randy reached for his face, Jeff grabbed the kid's wrist and broke it. Randy screamed and Jeff grabbed the knife from his hand. Troy and Keith rushed Jeff, but Jeff was too quick. He threw Randy to the ground. Keith lashed out at him, but Jeff ducked and stabbed him in the arm. Keith dropped his knife and fell to the ground screaming. That's 2 down. Troy rushed him too, but Jeff didn't even need the knife. He just punched Troy straight in the stomach and Troy went down. As he fell, he puked all over. Leo could do nothing but look in amazement at Jeff. Jeff, how'd you... was all he said. They saw the bus coming and knew they'd be blamed for the whole thing, so they started running as fast as they could. As they ran, they looked back and saw the bus driver rushing over to Randy and the others. As Jeff and Leo made it to school, they didn't dare tell anyone what happened. All they did was sit and listen. Liu just thought of that as his brother beating up a few kids, but Jeff knew it was more. It was something scary. As he got that feeling, he felt how powerful it was, the urge to just hurt someone. Oh no. He didn't like how it sounded, but he couldn't help but feeling happy. He felt that strange feeling go away and stay away for the entirety of school. Excuse me. Even as he walked home due to the whole thing near the bus stop, and how now he wouldn't be taking the bus anymore, he felt happy. How now, brown cow? I can't read. Maybe I should start reading children's books, and maybe I could improve my speaking and reading skills. Wouldn't that be nice? When he got home, his parents asked him how his day was. And he said, in a somewhat ominous voice, it was a wonderful day. Next morning, he heard a knock at his front door. He walked down to find 2 police officers at the door, his mother looking back at him with an angry look. Jeff, these officers tell me that you attacked 3 kids, that it wasn't regular fighting, and that they were stabbed. Stabbed, son! Stabbed! Jeff's gaze fell to the floor, showing his mother that it was true. Mom, they were the ones who pulled the knives on me and Liu. Son, said one of the cops, we found 3 kids, 2 stabbed, 1 having a bruise on his stomach, and we have witnesses telling you fled the scene. Now what does that tell us? Jeff knew it was no use. He could say him and Liu had been attacked, but then there was no proof of it. Was not them who attacked first. 28 stab wounds. They could say that they weren't fleeing, but truth be told, they were, so Jeff couldn't defend himself or Liu. Son, call down your brother. Jeff the sicko mode! Oh, you know it. Oh man, he's going sicko mode. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Insert a funny joke here. Jeff couldn't do it since it was he who beat up all the kids. Sir, it was me. I was the one who beat up all the kids. Liu tried to hold me back, but he couldn't stop me. The cop looked at his partner and they both nod. Well, kid, looks like a year in juvie. Wait, says Liu. They looked up to see him holding a knife. The officers pulled their guns and locked them onto Liu. It was me. I beat up those punks. I have the marks to prove it. He lifted up his sleeves to reveal cuts and bruises as if he was in a struggle. Son, just put the knife down, said the officer. Liu held up the knife and dropped it to the ground. It's a 10-year-old quick. Literally, though. Oh my god, he's got a knife! And there's just a toddler toddling out.
Officer, I'm the one to beat them up. I did it. I have bruises. They're not from falling down the stairs, I swear.
He put his hands up and walked over to the cops. No, Liu, it was me. I did it. Jeff had tears running down his face. Huh, poor bro. Trying to take the blame for what I did. Well, take me away. The police led Liu out to the patrol car. Liu, tell them it was me. Tell them I was the one who beat up those kids. Jeff's mother put her hands on his shoulders. Jeff, please, you don't have to lie. We know it's Liu. You can stop. Jeff watched helplessly as the cop car speeds off with Liu inside. A few minutes later, Jeff's dad pulled into the driveway, seeing Jeff's face and knowing something was wrong. Son, what is it? Jeff couldn't answer. His vocal cords were strained from crying. Instead, Jeff's mother walked his father inside to break the bad news to him as Jeff wept in the driveway. After an hour or so, Jeff walked back into the house, seeing that his parents were both shocked, sad, and disappointed. He couldn't look at them. He couldn't see how they thought of Liu when it was his fault. He just went to sleep, trying to get the whole thing off his mind. 2 days went by, and no word from Liu at JDC. No friends to hang out with. Nothing but sadness and guilt. That is until Saturday, when Jeff is woken up by his mother with a happy, sunshiny face. Yeah, that's okay. 2 ads, wow. Why are there so many ads? What the fuck? Jeff, it's the day, she said as she opened up the curtains and let light flood into his room. What? What's today? Asked Jeff as he stirs awake. Why, it's Billy's party. He was now fully awake. Mom, you're joking, right? You don't expect me to go to some kid's party after... There was a long pause. Jeff, we both know what happened. I think this party could be the thing that brightens up these past days. Now get dressed. Jeff's mother walked out of the room and downstairs to get ready herself. He fought himself to get up. He picked out a random shirt and a pair of jeans and walked downstairs. He saw his mother and father all dressed up. His mother in a dress and his father in a suit. He thought, why would they ever wear such fancy clothes to a kid's party? Son, is that all you're going to wear? Said Jeff's mom. Advertisements. Better than wearing too much, he said. No. Why are there fucking so many ads? What the fuck is this? I hate it. Kill me. There we go. Now, Jeff, we may be overdressed, but this is how you go if you want to make an impression. If you want every neighbor to think you're fucking off your rocker. We want to look like the crazy people on the street. Our son was arrested, and now we want to look like eccentric fools. Jeff grunted and went back up to his room. I don't even have any fancy clothes, he yelled downstairs. Okay, but that's what I say to my mama when mama posts like, get dressed up. You need to be dressed up. I'm like, I literally live in like t-shirts and like pajama pants. What are you talking about? Just pick out something, called his mother. He looked around in the closet for what he would call fancy. The great thing for fancy. He found a pair of black dress pants he had for special occasions and an undershirt. He couldn't find a shirt to go with it though. He looked around and found only striped and patterned shirts, none of which go with dress pants. Finally, he found a white hoodie and put it on. The fine silk pajama pants. The fine silky jammies. Oh, you know it. You know it. No, I have a pair of like, basically whenever we're clothes shopping or whatever, which I don't do frequently. I live in the same clothes. I like my clothes. If there's like a nice pair of soft pants and they're like advertised as like, hey, these are normal pants that you would wear. If they're soft enough, fuck that. They're jammies now. And then it's like, don't you wear those as pajamas? Yes, but they're advertised as normal pants, so they work both ways. You're wearing that, they both said? His mother looked at her watch. Oh, no time to change. Let's just go. She said as she herded Jeff and his father out the door. They crossed the street over to Barbara and Billy's house. They knocked on the door, and at it appeared that Barbara, just like his parents, was way overdressed. That was a sentence that probably took a couple 1,000 years off my life. As they walked inside, all Jeff could see were adults, no kids. The kids are out in the yard, Jeff. How about you go and meet some of them, said Barbara. Jeff walked outside to a yard full of kids. They were running around in weird cowboy costumes and shooting each other with plastic guns. He might as well be standing in a Toys R Us. Well, that dates itself, doesn't it? Isn't Toys R Us coming back or something? Like, they had a flag, like a new pilot store in, like, Jersey or something, and now they're coming back. I don't remember. I don't follow the news on that. Suddenly, a kid came up to him with a toy and handed him a toy gun and a hat.
Hey, wanna play?
He said. No. I'm way too old for this stuff. The kid looked at him with that weird puppy dog face. I heard that it's gonna be like, there's gonna be like display toys and like some toys you can buy, but most of it's gonna be like, hey, there's a kiosk and you can order your toys online. That's what I heard, but I don't know. The kid looked at him with that weird puppy dog face.
Please?
Please, said the kid. Fine, said Jeff. Shut the fuck up. He put on the hat and started to pretend shoot at the kids. At first he thought it was totally ridiculous, but then he started to actually have fun. It might not have been super cool, but it was the first time he had done something that took his mind off of Liu. So he played with the kids for a while until he heard a noise. A weird rolling noise. Then it hit him. Randy, Troy, and Keith all jumped over the fence on their skateboards. Jeff dropped the fake gun and ripped off the hat. Very dramatic of you. Randy looked at Jeff with a burning hatred. Hello, Jeff, isn't it? He said. We have some unfinished business. Jeff saw his bruised nose. I think we're even. I beat the crap out of you and you got my brother sent to JDC. Randy got an angry look in his eyes. Oh no, I don't go for even. I go for winning. You may have kicked our asses that one day, but not today. As he said that, Randy rushed at Jeff. They both fell to the ground. Randy punched Jeff in the nose, and Jeff grabbed him by the ears and headbutted him. Jeff pushed Randy off of him and both rose to their feet. Kids were screaming and their parents were running out of the house. Troy and Keith both pulled guns out of their pockets. No one interrupts or guts will fly, they said. Randy pulled a knife on Jeff and stabbed it into his shoulder. Jeff screamed and fell to his knees. Randy started kicking him in the face. After 3 kicks, Jeff grabbed his foot and twisted it, causing Randy to fall to the ground. Jeff stood up and walked towards the back door. Troy grabbed him. Need some help? He picks Jeff up by the back of the collar. I thought he was in a hoodie. And throws him through the patio door. As Jeff tries to stand, he is kicked down to the ground. Randy repeatedly starts kicking Jeff until he starts to cough up blood. Come on, Jeff, fight me! He picks Jeff up and throws him into the kitchen. Randy sees a bottle of vodka on the counter and smashes it over Jeff's head. Fight! He throws Jeff back into the living room. Come on, Jeff, look at me! Jeff glances up, his face riddled with blood. I was the one who got your brother sent to JDC, and now you're just gonna sit there and let him rot in there for a whole year. You should be ashamed! Jeff starts to get up. Oh, finally! You stand and fight! Why is that lowercase? What is... Nasty. Jeff is now to his feet, blood and vodka on his face. Delicious. Once again, he gets that strange feeling. Yeah, vodka at a kid's party. Yeah, the parents are like day drinking inside. They're like, oh yeah. The kids get to go play with fake guns and we are gonna get wasted. Shit-faced. Probably shit vodka. Like, they're rich people, so the vodka probably tastes like ass. Like, what's a lighter fluid? What is that? There's like one vodka that it's like, It's like Smirnoff. Smirnoff tastes like lighter fluid or whatever. It's like why taste like that? It's because it's a mixer, but like it's iconic. So everyone's like, wow, Smirnoff. But it's like, I watched a whole documentary on Smirnoff. Anyway, finally, he's up. Oh, wait, I missed a line. Once again, he gets that strange feeling, the one in which he hasn't felt in a while. Finally, he's up, says Randy as he runs at Jeff. That's when it happens. Something inside Jeff snaps. His psyche is destroyed. All rational thinking gone. All he can do is kill. That was fast. He grabs Randy and pile drives him to the ground. He gets on top of him, punches him straight in the heart. The punch causes Randy's heart to stop. As Randy gasps for breath, Jeff hammers down on him. That should be a comma. Punch after punch, blood gushes from Randy's body until he takes one final breath and dies. It's Jeff that killed him! Oh my god! The killer, comma, Jeff! That's when he went from Jeff to the killer, comma, Jeff. He just got the killed. Everyone is looking at Jeff now. The parents, the crying kids, even Troy and Keith. Although they easily break from their gaze and point their guns at Jeff, Jeff sees the guns trained on him and runs for the stairs. As he runs, Troy and Keith let out fire on him, each shot missing. Jeff runs up the stairs. Okay. He hears Troy and Keith follow up behind. As they let out their final round of bullets, Jeff ducks into the bathroom. He grabs a towel rack and rips it off the wall. Troy and Keith race in, knives ready. Troy swings his knife at Jeff, who backs away and bangs the towel rack into Troy's face. Troy goes down hard, and now all that's left is Keith. He is more agile than Troy, though, and ducks when Jeff swings the towel rack. Hang on. He ripped the towel rack off the wall? That's okay. Strong. He take out like the drywall with it or something? He dropped the knife and grabbed Jeff by the neck. He pushed him into the wall. A thing of bleach fell down on top of him from the top shelf of the wall. It burnt both of them and they both started to scream. They just leave the bleach open? What kind of house? Jeff wiped his eyes as best as he could. He pulled the towel rack and swung it straight into Keith's head. As he lay there, bleeding to death, he let out an ominous smile. What's so funny? Asked Jeff. Keith pulled out a lighter and switched it on. What's funny, he said, is that you're covered in bleach and alcohol. Jeff's eyes widened as Keith threw the lighter at him. As soon as the flame made contact with him, the flames ignited the alcohol in the vodka. While the alcohol burned him, the bleach burned his skin. The bleach bleached his skin. Jeff let out a terrible screech as he caught on fire. He tried to roll out of the fire, but it was no use. The alcohol had made him a walking inferno. He ran down the hall and fell down the stairs. Everyone started screaming as they saw Jeff, now a man on fire, drop to the ground, nearly dead. The last thing Jeff saw was his mother and the other parents trying to extinguish the flame. That's when he passed out. More ads! Ew! That's what I get for using Microsoft Edge and Edge's ad block. Garbo. When Jeff awoke, he had a cast wrapped around his face. A cast? Not bandages? Okay. He couldn't see anything, but when he felt a cast on his shoulder and stitches all over his body. When he tried to stand up, but he realized there was some tube in his arm, and when he tried to get up, it fell out, and a nurse rushed in. I don't think you can get out of bed just yet, she said as she put him back in his bed and reinserted the tube. Jeff sat there with no vision, no idea what his surroundings were. Finally, after hours, he heard his mother. Yeah, literally, no. They are totally getting fucking shit-faced at a child's birth. Like, not like a child, like a baby boy. Cannot even say they're ours yet, children. And they're like, you know what this calls for? Vodka. They do not want to be there. They're like, God, I hate my child so much. Everyone, you hate your kids too. Cheers, I'll drink to that. Honey, are you okay? She asked. Jeff couldn't answer, though. His face was covered and he was unable to speak. Oh, honey, I have great news. After all the witnesses told the police that Randy confessed to trying to attack you, they decided to let Liu go. You know, Randy, the dead man. This made Jeff almost bolt up, stopping halfway, remembering the tube coming out of his arm. He'll be out by tomorrow, and then you two will be able to be together again. Jeff just committed murder. Jeff just killed 2 people? Self-defense or not? Jeff just murdered 2, maybe 3 people. In self-defense, yes? But also, like, they're still dead. The dead 7th graders. 7th graders. Jeff, he'll be out by, okay. Oh my god, why so many ads? I refresh. Now we go back. Because we have to zoom all the way back up. Where are we? We're back here. Here we go. Jeff's mother hugs Jeff and says her goodbyes. The next couple weeks were those where Jeff was visited by his family. Then came the day where his bandages were to be removed. His family members were all there to see it, what he would look like. As the doctors unwrapped the bandages from Jeff's face, how was he eating? They have like a feeding tube. Harvac, thank you for the hydrate. Hello. I take a sip. Thank you very much. Oh my goodness. Actually, I'll take 2 sips. I hope you're doing well. The day his family. As the doctors unwrapped the bandages from Jeff's face, everyone was on the edge of their seats. They waited until the last bandage holding the cover over his face was almost removed. Let's hope for the best, said the doctor. He quickly pulls the cloth, letting the rest fall from Jeff's face. Just full on, like, Beyblade let her rip on these bandages, huh? Jeff's mother screams at the sight of his face. Liu and Jeff's dad stare awestruck at his face. What happened to my face? Jeff said. He rushed out of bed and ran to the bathroom. He looked in the mirror and saw the cause of distress. His face, it's horrible. His lips were burnt to a deep shade of red. That's how that works. His face was turned to pure white color. Yeah, that's how that works. And his hair singed from brown to black. Yeah, that's how it works. Just mom's yeah, no, for sure. For sure. She's like not in the running for Mother of the Year for sure. He slowly put a hand to his face. It had a sort of leathery feel to it now. He looked back at his family, then back at the mirror. Jeff, said Liu. It's not that bad. Literally, like, the first, like, a gasp? Yeah, but... Yeah, no, that's not... That's when you slap your hand over your mouth. Stupid. Not that bad, said Jeff. It's perfect! His family was equally surprised. I hate adverbs in stories. Jeff started laughing uncontrollably. There should be a period there. His parents noticed that his left eye and hand were twitching. Jeff, are you okay? Okay? I've never felt more happy. Ha, 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 ha. Look at me. This face goes perfectly with me. He couldn't stop laughing. He stroked his face, feeling it, looking at it in the mirror. What caused this? Well, you may recall when Jeff was fighting Randy, something in his mind, his sanity snapped. Now, I don't know if you remember this, but Jeff, back when he murdered 2 people, he went a little crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They should put Jeff in a room, a rubber room, a room full of rats, and the rats will make him crazy. Literally, when you see this reaction, the instinct is put this kid in therapy in a psych ward. He's totally fucked up from the experience, right? That is the answer. Now he was left as a crazy killing machine. That is, his parents didn't know. Doctor, said Jeff's mom. Is my son alright, you know, in the head? Oh god, more ads. Oh yes. behavior is typical for patients that have taken very large amounts of painkillers. If his behavior doesn't go change in a few weeks, bring him back here and we'll give him a psychological test. A few weeks? How long do you think does it take for painkillers to wear off? I'm popping like ibuprofen, acetaminophen. Okay, look, I like my painkillers. If I get like the minorest of headache, I'm like, yummy, yummy. I like my painkillers, okay? My my Stor sis, not my son's siblings, but like my sister, right? She had to get surgery last year, I think. I forget what it was. She had to have some kind of surgery. And they were like, "Oh, we're going to give you like the heavy painkiller drugs." Like the ones that you could get addicted to. And she was like, "No, I won't take them if they try and give them to me. I won't need them. I'm good with pain." And I was like, "For me?" And then they didn't even offer them to her. She cut me off, man. I'm telling you, this is a joke. This is a joke. I'm not like, for me, but at the same time, it's like my whole family is like, you know, Stella and their painkillers. They have a boo-boo headache. They get a boo-boo ankle, and they're like, "Give me ibuprofen right now. Ibuprofen, my beloved." So many ads. Ew. We're almost at the end though. Oh yes, this behavior is typical. But another fucking ad. This behavior is typical for beta. Oh, thank you, doctor. Jeff's mother went over to Jeff. Jeff, sweetie, it's time to go. Usually they have. What are you talking about? Jeff looks away from the mirror. His face still formed into a crazy smile. "Okay, mommy. Ha 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 ha." His mother took him by the shoulder and took him to get his clothes. "This is what came in," said the lady at the desk. Jeff's mom looked down to see the black dress pants and white hoodie that her son wore. The ones that were on fire? Why would they not bring him normal clothes? They were now clean of blood and now stitched together. Jeff's mother led him to his room and made him put his clothes on. Then they left, not knowing that this was the final day of their life. Jeff would have never killed them if they just gave him some oxy. That was it, oxy, yeah. Literally, though. Some oxycodone. Oh my god. Literally, if they just put more painkillers in there, he would have. I don't think he'd be getting up. They need like the anesthetic. They need to like laugh. Hey, I didn't know laughing gas had this effect. Use more, use more. Later that night, Jeff's mother woke to a sound coming from the bathroom. It sounded as if someone was crying. She slowly walked over to see what it was. When she looked into the bathroom, she saw a horrendous sight. Jeff had taken a knife and carved a smile into his cheeks, and now his jaw no longer worked because he cut all the tendons in it. "Jeff, what are you doing?" asked his mother. Jeff looked over to his mother. "I couldn't keep smiling, Mommy. It hurt after a while. Now I can smile forever." Jeff's mother noticed his eyes, ringed and black. "Jeff, your eyes!" His eyes were seemingly never closing. "I couldn't see my face. I got tired and my eyes started to close. I burned out the eyelids so I could forever see myself. My new face." Did he just like take a curling iron? And just went okie dokie. Jeff's mother slowly started to back away, seeing that her son was going insane. "What's wrong, Mommy? Aren't I beautiful?" "Yes, son," she said. "Yes, you are. Let me go get Daddy so he can see your face." She ran into the room and shook Jeff's dad from his sleep. "Honey, get the gun, She stopped as she saw Jeff in the doorway holding a knife. "Mommy, you lied." That's the last thing they hear as Jeff rushes them with the knife, gutting both of them. His brother Liu woke up, startled by some noise. He didn't hear anything else, so he just shut his eyes and tried to go back to sleep. As he was on the border of slumber, he got the strangest feeling that someone was watching him. He looked up before Jeff's hand covered his mouth. He slowly raised the knife, ready to plunge it into Liu. Liu thrashed here and there, trying to escape Jeff's grip. "Shh," Jeff said. "Just go to sleep." Yippee! my god, there is so much on like the creepypasta.com page for Jeff the Killer, but the killer! Insert that one Jeffree Star song that everyone put with Jeff the Killer here. Guys, this is like so anime boy material, right? This is like ooh woo Jeff-kun, right? He's so good. There's like a Jeffree Star song from forever ago that was like it was called like I'm in love with a killer or something, and there were so many like videos on YouTube that were slideshows of fan art just with Jeff the Killer, and it was like, alright, y'all got problems. I see that. I see you. I see you have problems. I kind of want to read the reboot. But do I want to read it now? Do we read the reboot, or do we go on to read some like classic pastas like Ben Drowned and Eyeless Jack and Laughing Jack, which is another one that's like the writing in it is so something. Which I remember Laughing Jack's creator is very controversial. I don't remember what happened because it was forever ago, but I remember something happened, and then the last thing I heard is apparently she came out as trans, so cool? I have no fucking clue. Classics? Alright, fuck you, Jeff the Killer reboot. I'll read you on my own time, I say, knowing I'm not going to. So I have the Creepypasta wiki open. This was on creepypasta.com. This is the wiki, because they had a category all for classic pastas. And there's a lot of them. An egg. I've never heard of an egg before. No, I want one I know. I want to see how bad they were. But there's like a lot they have in the classic. There's Ben Drowned. The GIF. The boy who loved to read. The bread box. Great evil demon. Like some of them are just their name. Call me tomorrow, okay? That one sounds like it could be scary. The 1999? I vaguely remember that one. 1999. Tiki Toby. Oh, don't get me started on Tiki Toby. Oh man. 1999 Creepypasta. Do I remember this one? Mr. Bear Seller. Ah, this was another. Put it up here. Can you see it? Estimated time 33 minutes. Oh yeah, no. Tiki Toby was. Tiki Toby sure was. Tiki Toby was my best friend. My best friend in the entire world. Was her favorite. I drew her fan art of Tiki Toby. She loved Tiki Toby. I was like, hey, he's okay. And then Clockwork was written. And Clockwork was so bad that I was like... Clockwork being a character that was written to be like Tiki Toby's girlfriend, essentially. I was like... Why is this story so bad? Why is it so shitty? I think that's it, but it's very long. Yeah, it says 33 minutes, so maybe we'll come back to it. We'll come back to it. I'm gonna read some other ones first. I'll come back to it. Oh, it was a really bad story. Where was I? Here I am. What's this page that I had open? Oh, this is the creator's cut, which is apparently very long. Ed and Eddie lost episode. Let's do, I know Eyeless Jack is super short, if I remember correctly. Where's E? A, B, C, D, E. Oh, it's up here. They don't have it here. Is it not? Is it another one that's so bad they got rid of it? What? Let me Google. Eyeless Jack, because that one's bad. That one's really bad. You can buy Eyeless Jack costumes? What? Oh no, same. Where do I read it? Is Creepypasta files? No, I don't want the lore of like Eyeless Jack as a story. I want to read the story. Why are they all gone? Oh my god. Good on the Creepypasta wiki for murdering these things, but like, jeez. Tragically, the author of Eyeless Jack had the story removed from the Creepypasta wiki after Jeff the Killer met his downfall, admitting to being ashamed of his creation despite its huge following. No, I get it, because I remember it was garbage. But I still want to read it. I like when I scroll to Google at the bottom, the first related search is Eyeless Jack sexuality. Cool. Eyeless Jack original story. I want to read it. Eyeless Jack, creepypasta.com. Okay. Okay, I found it. Put it on my tab thingy. There we go. Thank you, creepypasta.com, for having... Creepypasta.com, I don't remember having like all the information like this. So that's really cool. Like they have like all of the... It's kind of like a wiki, but more like a rogue archive, I guess, as well. But it's like... There's the image. It's like... It's got so much info. And then apparently there's another Creepypasta wiki called the Creepypasta Files wiki, which is all about like archiving the fandom information of it. That's crazy. I love that. I love seeing good archiving done. That's rough though. I still have my shitty stories up on the internet because I like to look back at them and go, wow, these are garbage. I'm so glad I'm not that bad anymore. I'm so glad that I actually know what I'm doing with writing, I think. So that's why I leave them up, but I can totally get wanting to take them down. There's a couple that I'm like, if I remember what that password was, it would be gone. If I had access to my Hello Kitty Online email that no longer exists, I would delete this. Alright, so Eyeless Jack. Eyeless Jack is another one that the fandom went mad for, because they're like, wow, guy in a blue mask, and they added like dripping goop from the eyes and whatnot. And they would often give him like brown hair, and he was like the sensitive one, and it's like, okay, sure. Okay, cool. So let's see how bad this one is. If the own creator was like, fuck this, get rid of it forever. So this one is Eyeless Jack. Ben Drowned is still up though, so I wonder if Ben Drowned isn't bad. I doubt it. Hello, my name is Mitch. I'm here to tell you guys about an experience I had. I don't know if it was a paranormal or whatever. I don't know if it was paranormal or whatever stupid words people use to describe supernatural phenomena, but after that thing visited me, I believe that that paranormal trash now. Okay. A week after I moved in with my brother, Edwin, after my house was foreclosed. Now there's a story. I finished unpacking. Edwin liked the idea of me moving in since we had not seen each other for 10 years, so I was excited too. I soon fell asleep after I moved in. After that first week, I heard rustling noises coming from outside at about 1 in the morning. I thought it was a raccoon, so I ignored it and tried to fall asleep. The next morning, I told Edwin about it, and he agreed. The next night, however, I thought I heard my window opening and a loud thump, as if something had entered my room. I darted up and looked around my room, but I saw nothing. The next morning, Edwin dropped his coffee cup when he saw me. He held up a nearby mirror and I saw myself. I had a large gash in my left cheek. You think you would notice that? Right? You just think you would notice that. I don't want to see that nasty looking hand. After I was rushed to the hospital, my doctor told me that I must have been sleepwalking. But then he showed me something that made my blood turn cold. He lifted up my shirt to reveal a sewn incision where my kidneys were. I forgot he stole kidneys. I forgot he stole kidneys. I stared into his eyes, mind widening. You somehow lost your left kidney last night, my doctor told me. We don't know how, though. Sorry, Mitch. The next night was my breaking point. Around midnight, I woke up to see a truly horrifying sight. I was staring face to face with a creature with a black hoodie and a dark blue mask, with no nose or mouth, staring down at me. The thing that scared me the most was that it had no eyes, just empty black sockets. The creature also had some black substance dripping from its sockets. I grabbed a camera from the nearby mantle and took a picture. Immediately after taking the shot, the creature lunged at me and tried to claw up my chest to get to my lungs. I stopped it by kicking it in the face. As I ran out of my room, I grabbed my wallet. I would need the money. I ran out of my brother's house into the night. I eventually ended up in the woods near Edwin's house and tripped on a rock. I fell unconscious and woke up in the hospital. My doctor, the same one who treated me before, entered the room. I have good news and bad news, Mitch, my doctor started. The good news is that you had minor injuries and your parents are going to pick you up. I sighed with relief. The bad news is that your brother has been killed by something. Sorry. My parents took me back to Edwin's house to collect my remaining belongings, which I did. Upon entering my room, I was scared, but remained calm. I grabbed my camera and then stopped dead in my tracks. In the hallway leading to my room, I saw Edwin's body. They just left it there, and something small lying next to it. I picked it up, and I retrieved it and entered my parents' car, not mentioning Edwin's corpse. I looked at the thing I had picked up and nearly vomited. I was holding my stolen half-eaten kidney with some black substance on it. I saw a thing and I picked it up. I didn't realize it was a kidney until I looked at it later. Can't even finish. I know he can't even have a nice snack. He got interrupted from his snack. My stolen half-eaten kidney. Yeah, I can see why you would want to take that down. Or Creepypasta. Oh wow. Oh, there's 1999. Polybius. I forgot about that. There's 1999. And Laughing Jack. Oh, Laughing Jack's another one. But yeah, wow. Wow, they put a lot into this. Holy wow. Good on ya, Creepypasta team. Ah, Laughing Jack, Snuff Bomb. Yeah, 8 minutes. This is shorter than I remember it being. We'll read Laughing Jack next. Let's get through the Jacks. Let's get through the Jacks. Yeah, why not? I remember laughing at this one a lot because of some of the writing. I was like... There's like one part where it's like his hair and ears hung down to his toes or like something. It like drooped over his shoulders and it was like, his what? I don't remember exactly, we'll get there. Discovery, oh, of course Discovery Island. What's funny is that I love Discovery Island because it's like a real thing. And it's like, I love the actual history of it, and then it's like people did spooky stuff. Just, is it Discovery Island or is it abandoned by Disney you're talking about? Because abandoned by Disney is really iconic. I can't believe I remembered the name. It feels so weird. We'll do one of the Disney ones after this one. We gotta get to Ben Drowned as well though, because Ben Drowned's iconic. I think both. Oh, okay. We'll look at them. We'll see how long they are. I love that it has an estimated reading time too. Problem: I get distracted and have trouble reading. It was a nice summer day. This is Laughing Jack, written by Snuff Bomb. It was a nice summer day. My 5-year-old son James was playing outside in the backyard of our suburban home. James has always been a quiet boy. He plays by himself mostly. He never had many friends, but he has always had a wild imagination. I was in the kitchen feeding our dog Fido when I heard what sounded like James talking to someone in the backyard. I'm not sure who it was he could be talking to. Could he have finally made a friend? With the inverted Mickey Mouse. That one was abandoned by Disney. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was abandoned by Disney with the inverted colors. What's that called again? When you do that. It's not hard-boiled, but it's something like that. Being a single mom, it's hard for me to always keep an eye on my son, so I decided to go outside and check on him. When I went into the backyard, I was a bit confused because James was the only person back there. Was he talking to himself? I could have sworn I heard another voice. James, it's time to come inside, I called out to him. He came inside and sat down at the kitchen table. It was about lunchtime, so I decided to make him a turkey sandwich. James, who were you talking to out there? I asked. James looked up for a moment.
I was playing with my new friend, he said, smiling.
I poured him some milk and continued to pry, as any good mother would. Does your friend have a name? Why didn't you ask him to have lunch with us? I asked. James stared at me for a moment before replying.
His name is Laughing Jack.
I was a bit taken aback by what he had said. Oh, that's a strange name. What does your friend look like? I asked, a bit confused.
He's a clown. He has long black hair and a big swirly cone nose. He's got long arms and baggy pants with stripy socks, and he always smiles.
I realized that my son was talking about an imaginary friend. I suppose it is normal for kids his age to have imaginary friends, especially when he has no real kids to play with. It's probably just a phase. The rest of the day went by per usual, and it was starting to get late, so I put James to bed. I tucked him in, gave him a kiss, and made sure to turn on his nightlight before I closed the door. I was pretty tired myself, so I decided to go to bed not long after. I had an awful nightmare. It was dark. I was in some kind of rundown amusement park. I was scared, running through an endless field of empty tents, broken down rides, and abandoned game huts. The whole place had a horrible look to it. Everything was black and white. The prized stuffed animals all hung from nooses in the game huts, all with sick grins stitched on their faces. It felt like the whole park was looking at me, even though there wasn't another living thing in sight. Then suddenly I began to hear music play. The sound of Pop Goes the Weasel being played on a squeeze box echoed through the park. It was hypnotizing. I followed this tune to the circus tent, almost in a trance, unable to stop my legs from moving forward. It was pitch black, the only light that came from a single spotlight shining down the center of the big top. As I walked towards the light, the music slowed down. I found myself singing along, unable to stop. All around the mulberry bush, the monkey chased the weasel. The monkey thought 'twas all in fun. The music stopped right before the climax, and suddenly the light shot on. The intensity of the lights was practically blinding. All I could see was a small dark silhouette shuffle towards me. Then another one appeared, and another, and another. There were dozens of them, all coming toward me. I couldn't move. My legs were frozen. All I could do was watch the haunting figures draw nearer. As I got closer, I could see they were all children. As I looked at each one, I noticed they were all horribly disfigured and mutilated. Some had cuts all over their body, others were severely burnt, and others were missing limbs, even eyes. The children enveloped me, clawing at my flesh, dragging me to the ground, and tearing inside me. The children tore me apart, and I faded away. All I could hear was laughter. Horrible, awful, evil laughter. I woke up the next morning in a cold sweat. After taking a few deep breaths, I looked over and saw that a few of James's action figures were positioned facing me on top of my nightstand. I sighed. James had probably woken up early and put these there. I gathered up the toys and made my way to James's room. However, when I opened the door, James was sound asleep. I just shrugged and placed the toys back into his toy box and headed out to the living room. A little while later, James woke up and I made him breakfast. He was quiet and seemed a bit groggy. Perhaps he didn't sleep well either. I decided to ask him about the toys. James, honey, did you put the toys in Mommy's room this morning? His eyes shot at me for a moment and then quickly glanced back down at his cereal. Laughing Jack did it. I rolled my eyes and responded, well, you tell Laughing Jack to keep the toys in your room. James nodded and finished up his breakfast, then decided to go play out in the backyard. Hang on, and there's a bowl of water. Jeez. I went to relax in the living room and I must have dozed off because I woke up a couple hours later. Shit, I need to check on James. I was a bit worried. It had been over 2 hours and I hadn't checked on him. I stepped out into the backyard, but James wasn't there anymore. I was getting nervous, so I called out to him, James, James, where are you? Just then I heard a giggle come from the front yard. I rushed through the gate to the front of the house, around to the front of the house. James was sitting on the sidewalk. I breathed a sigh of relief and walked over to him. James, how many times have I told you to stay in the backyard? James, what are you eating? James looked up at me and reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of hard candies in all colors. That made me very nervous. James, who gave you that candy? James stared at me and not speaking. James, please tell Mommy where you got the candy. James hung his head down and said, Laughing Jack gave it to me. My heart sunk. I kneeled down to look him in the eye. James, honey, I've had enough of this damn Laughing Jack thing. He is not real. Now I'm very serious. This is a very serious situation. I need to know who gave you the candy. I could see my son's eyes tear up. But Mama, Laughing Jack did give me the candy. I am struggling. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. James has never lied to me, but what he's telling me is impossible. I made him spit out the candy and I throw the rest away. James appears to be fine. Maybe just overreacting after all. He could have gotten it from Tom and Linda from next door, Mr. Walker down the street. Either way, I'm going to have to keep a closer eye on James. That night, I put James to bed as usual and decided to go to bed early myself. Suddenly, I was woken up by a loud bang coming from the kitchen. I sprung out of bed and hurried down the stairs. When I got to the kitchen, I was horrified. Everything on the counters had been thrown on the floor, and our dog Fido was hung dead from the light fixture. His stomach was cut open and stuffed with candy, the same type that James was eating earlier that day. My shock was quickly broken by a sharp scream coming from James' room, followed by loud crashes. I quickly grabbed a knife from the drawer and moved up the stairs with the speed that only a mother whose child is in danger could have. I burst through the door and flicked on the lights. Everything in the room was knocked over and tossed on the floor. My poor son in his bed, crying and shaking with fear, a pool of urine staining the sheets. I scooped my child up and ran out of the house and went over to Tom and Linda's house. Luckily, they were still awake. They let me use their phone and I called the police. It didn't take them long to arrive and I explained what happened. They looked at me as if I was crazy. They searched the house, but all they found was a dead dog and 2 trashed rooms. The officer told me that someone had probably gotten into the house and done this right before making a quick escape when they heard me coming up the stairs. I knew it wasn't true. All the doors were locked and none of the windows were open. Whatever was in my house didn't come from outside. The next day, James stayed inside. I didn't want him to leave my sight. I went to the garage and found his old baby monitor and set it up in his room if anything comes into it tonight. I was going to be able to hear it. I went to the kitchen and grabbed the largest knife from the drawer and put it on my nightstand. Imaginary friend or not, I'm not letting anything hurt my little boy. There's another Laughing Jack story, I swear. It's probably like I think it's the origin story. That's the one I was thinking of. I don't remember this one too well. But I remember the origin story one. I don't remember if that was officially written by Snuff Bomb or not. Am I going crazy? Probably. Soon enough, night came. I put James to bed. He was afraid, but I promised him that I wasn't going to let anything happen to him. I tucked him in, gave him a kiss, and turned on the nightlight. Before closing the door, I whispered to him, "Good night, James. I love you." I tried to stay up as long as I could, but after a few hours, I felt myself drifting off. My baby would be safe for the night, and I needed to sleep. Just as I lay my head on the pillow, I heard a soft noise come from the baby monitor I had put on my nightstand. At first, it sounded like interference, like the kind that a radio would make. Then it turned into a soft moan. Was James asleep? Then I heard it. The laugh from my nightmare. That horrible laugh. I sprung up from the bed and grabbed the knife from under my pillow. I rushed over to James' room and creaked the door open. I tried the light switch, but it wouldn't come on. I took a step in and I could feel the warm, thick liquid on my sleeve. Suddenly, James's nightlight came on and I could see the absolute horror laid in front of me. James's body was nailed up on the wall, the nails piercing through his hands and feet. His chest was cut wide open and his organs hung down to the floor. His eyes and tongue had been removed along with most of his teeth. I was disgusted. I could hardly believe that this was my baby boy. Then I heard it again, that soft, desperate moan. James was still alive! Not for long, honey. My baby, my poor baby, in so much pain, barely clinging to life. I ran across the room and vomited on the floor, but my sickness was interrupted by a horrible cackle coming from behind me. I spun around while wiping bile from my mouth. Then out of the shadows emerged the fiend responsible for this horror, Laughing Jack. His ghost white skin and matted black hair hung down to his shoulders. That was it. His ghost white skin and matted hair hung down to his shoulders. Oh no, for sure. Literally, James's mom is the goat. She's great. Real shame she's probably gonna die in a second. Jeff's mom. No, my son. Scream, my son is ugly. James's mom, ready to like throw down with a clown. We love her for that. But this is the sentence I remember being like, what? His ghost white skin and matted black hair hung down to his shoulders. His skin? His skin hung down to his shoulders? Okay. He had piercing white eyes surrounded by dark black rings. His twisted smile revealed a row of sharp, jagged teeth, and his skin didn't look like skin at all. It looked like rubber or plastic. He wore a patchy black and white clown outfit with striped sleeves and socks. His body itself was grotesque, his long arms hanging down past his waist, and the way he was poised made him look almost boneless, like a rag doll. He let out a sickening laugh as to let me know that he was pleased with my reaction to his work. He then turned around slowly in front of James and began to laugh even more at my at the horrific sight he had laid out. That was enough to shake me from the terror. I snapped. Get away from him, you bastard! I rushed at the monster, raising the knife above my head and stabbed down at him. But as soon as the knife touched him, he disappeared in a cloud of black smoke. The knife passed right through and pierced James' still beating heart, splashing the warm blood on my face. No! What have I done? My baby! I killed my baby! I immediately fell to my knees and I could hear silence growing in the distance, growing louder. My boy, my sweet baby boy. I promised Mommy would protect you, but I failed. I'm sorry, James. I'm so sorry. Police arrived to find me in front of my son, still wielding the knife covered in my baby's blood. The trial was short. Insanity. I was placed in... Well, that's a word. Byro Polo's house for the criminally insane, where I have been for the past 2 months. It's not so bad here. The only reason I'm awake now is because someone is paying Pop Goes the Weasel outside my window. I'll talk to the orderlies about it in the morning. The end. Very sad. Very sad. That's a lot of votes. That's a very high vote. I thought that was just delightful, says the eyeless Jack. 2020? People are still reading this, like, in comment. 2021? One of my friends thinks LJ is hot. If you think about it, he kinda is. Oh, dear. My poor cousin. What is this? The comments are the best part. I am 10 years old right now, yeah. And Laughing Jack's description looks like the guy who runs around my house and hides behind the trees. I am also 10! But if that person offers you candy, do not accept it under circumstances. He may be a cosplayer, but still take no chances. I like the I am 10 years old right now. I am also 10. Oh my god, I am also 10. Oh my god. This is the best part. I just want to read all the comments now. Haha, I'm about your age, a little younger now, but I pulled a Jack cosplay from my comment and my teacher said I looked cute. I got so mad. Yeah, everyone knows cosplayers love running through the trees in people's backyards. I mean... Okay. I swear there is another Laughing Jack story, because I remember reading a Laughing Jack origin story that's like how he lost all his color, and it was about a guy who made like furniture out of people. I swear to God I didn't make that up in my brain. I swear. Okay, we were looking for I don't want to go out of here. I want to stay on the site. We're looking for Abandoned by Disney. Famous creepypasta. Okay, 1999, bedtime, Ben drowned, Candle Cove, there's Clockwork. I hate Clockwork. That one's so bad. Alice Jack, Divar, he comes, Zalgo. Candles, oh, there's Candle Jack. Hoodie, the hooded man. Herobrine! Herobrine! Jeff the Killer. What? I've never heard of Ickbar Beaglestein. Jeff the Killer reboot, Jeff the Killer Scars of Corruption, Laughing Jack, Lavender Town, Herobrine real? Licking. What? Is this the people lick too story? Is this the story that's like, don't you people can lick too? Mr. Widemouth, oh Nina the Killer, oh no, End House was one of my favorites. Polybius. Rap Rat? Robert the Doll. Rugrats theory is popular. Robert the Doll is an actual thing. Sally. Oh, Sally. Smile Dog. Sonic.exe! Suicide Mouse. Ted the Caver. The Back Roads. The Horror of the Back Rooms. Popular another creepypasta written. No, that doesn't belong here. The Rake, the Russian sleep experiments is a long one. The Slender Man? Question mark? The Seed Eater. I remember that one. There's Tiki Toby. I remember when you could only read that on DeviantArt. Who was phone? Who was phone? You can't trust. Where is this? There's so many that aren't on here. Where's Abandoned by Disney? By title. And we're so back. I'm an Irish ghost hunter. My last investigation copy. My name is Dylan. Oh, it's. Can I sort it by letter? Is there no way to? Oh, sort by. Title A to Z. I guess that's. Alright, let's find Abandoned by Disney. It's all numbers in the start. Let's skip ahead. A, B, A, B, L. We need to go back a page. A Christmas Story. My favorite horror story. My favorite horror movie. Where's wait. A Bad Night. A Beginner. Huh? Fine, I'll Google it. I don't think you guys can see my horrible spelling. Abandoned by Disney. Creepypasta. There we go. Oh, this one's kind of long too. But it's a classic one. We'll go through it. So, let's see. But first, a short one, because I say so. Who was phone? Okay, so basically it's like this. You're at a friend's house for like the night or whatever, and then you guys are making out on the couch. Yeah. And then like her dad calls on the phone and says, "No, she likes it more if you use the other hand." Yeah. And you're like, "Oh, dude, your dad is trying to give me advice on how to diddle you." And then she's like, "I don't have a dad," or whatever. But what? Who was phone? Also, so you're with your honey and you're making out when the phone rings. You answer it and the voice is, "What are you doing with my daughter?" You tell your girl and she say, "My dad is dead." Then who was phone? Classic. Okay, but now... Oh, I can search here. Oh my god. Random story. Oh my goodness. I used to always want to submit something to creepypasta.com, but I just never finished anything and never thought what I wrote was good enough. I should totally do that. I should totally write a creepypasta. That'd be so funny. I think that'd be funny. But type in blood, will it come up? A bloodless hunt. No. Where is my favorite? Where is the day of the blood? The day of all the blood! This is a story of a day where there was all this blood. A man was walking around and blood started coming out of him everywhere. There was so much blood that it filled up an elevator. He went to the store and there was just blood all over the place. People were slipping in it and they were all grossed out. He tried to go swimming and all of the sharks were nuts and biting by everybody. He got chased by all the vampires ever. One time the blood got a kid and a dog. At the end of the day, everyone decided they would send him to space, that he would stop getting blood everywhere. The scariest part is that the man was you! Or he was a lady if you are a lady and you forgot that this happened. A classic. I want to see the masterpiece. You forgot this happened. Timeless classic. He got chased by all the vampires. Yeah. It's so good. It's just a real classic. Smile Dog's another good one, but that one's kind of long if I remember. I have no blood. Same! I
I'm all gas.
Who put sharks in a swimming pool?
The guy with all the blood.
You did. Because he was you. Or if you're a lady, he was a lady. Oh my god. Classics. I love a good Creepypasta. Like, this feels weird because I'm like, I remember these, but at the same time I don't because it's just been so long. They're all vague memories, just very fond vague memories because they were like from my youthful times. So let's see. Do I still have Laughing Jack? I don't want Laughing Jack. We have Abandoned by Disney. I want to get through. See, 1999 is really long. I know that much. Smile Dog is also kind of long. About 12 minutes. How long has it been? Abandoned by Disney. Can I find it on the site so I can have a reading, like, estimate, please? Shut up. You're getting ads with ad block or not. Abandoned by Disney. Because it's just, then I got an estimate. Disney World. Hi! Stupid games. Is it just not on here? You guys seeing this? Hello? Why I hate Lightning McQueen? Hello? That's what I'm saying! Abductions and kidnapping! Open that one in a new tab. Everyone my daughter loves goes, okay, well. The Scuttler. The River Country film. Oh, another Disney thing. We're gonna find out. What categories are there? Let's see what categories are on here. Gorefather. What? I wanted categories. Category selection. Why is it weird? Okay, categories for creepypastas. Abductions and kidnappings. Animals and wildlife. Apocalyptic and dystopian. Artifacts and objects based on true events, beings and entities. Body horror. Children and childhood. Christmas and holidays. Classic horror. Conspiracies and government. Dark comedy. Humor and parodies. Dark fantasy. Deaths, murders, and disappearances. Demons and possession. Dreams and nightmares. Drugs and addictions. Famous creepypasta. Feels pastas and happy endings. Films and footage, folklore and folktales, ghosts and spirits, Halloween stories, hell in the afterlife, historical fiction, illness and injuries, insects, spiders, and parasites, investigations and crimes, jobs and occupations, journals and diaries, locations and sites, madness, paranoia and mental illness, medical and hospitals, military and warfare. Oh my god. What are some weird ones? Science and experimentation, sounds and voices.
Oh, Mama folks just got home. So I'll read a couple more, and then I will go hang out with my mama, because she probably wants to hang out. Boys and dolls, urban legends, zombies and the undead, video games, gaming. A lot of categories. That's funny. I might just to laugh at things. I kind of want to read why I hate Lightning McQueen. Like, I want to do Abandoned by Disney and Smile Dog. We'll read those ones and we'll do why I hate Lightning McQueen. Okay, give me 1 second. Barrett, delete mine, save lives. I'll be right back. Hang on. Okay, sorry about that. Just had to check it with my mama. She's all good. She's gonna go out shopping. Okay, so let's see why this person hates Lightning McQueen, shall we? Let's find out. I don't think I could. Oh, I wanted to read No End House too. I might read No End House as well. But yeah, I love No End House. I liked that one a lot, I remember. But first I want to learn why this person hates Lightning McQueen. I don't think I can put into words how good it feels being a father. I love Daniel more than I could possibly say. His bright, shining smile, his endless curiosity about the world around him, and his gentle, loving nature. Ads. I didn't think I was capable of loving someone else this much, but every time I heard his little laugh or saw his smile, I knew. Even the smallest things he did made me so incredibly loved. Oh, so incredibly proud. Every achievement he earned was something I wanted to celebrate. Even the interests he had that I didn't like, I tried to at least enjoy his enjoyment of them. If that makes any sense. Cars were one of those interests. Those Disney movies with Owen Wilson playing Lightning McQueen, a red race car who unsurprisingly loved racing. I suppose the movies weren't that bad, but ever since he'd been a baby, Daniel had loved watching the first two, the eugenics one, and his interest hadn't gone anywhere by the time the third one came around. I'd been planning to take him on opening night, and I'll admit, even I was a little excited for it, partially because the trailer showed Lightning McQueen getting into a terrible car accident, and I was hoping that might mean the movie would be a little more interesting, and partially because I wanted to break from job hunting. I've been a salesman at a local Chevrolet dealership for the past few years. I'd actually been hoping to work my way up to the sales manager, although I suppose those hopes got dashed when half the sales team was laid off, myself included. I didn't mind watching Daniel after school, but I didn't like letting my wife, Teresa, be the only breadwinner. She kept assuring me it was fine, that I'd find something, that she was making enough to support us for now. For the time being, life went on just like it was supposed to. It was a fairly warm October that year. Teresa had to be down at the hospital early, so it was up to me to help Daniel get ready and walk him to school. He liked school. He was a friendly boy, so he seemed to make friends easily. Although granted, kids at that age might seem to think everyone in their class is their friend. We left a little early on the walk over, taking in the beautiful autumn leaves and the Halloween decorations. We lived in a quaint little suburban neighborhood. The houses were close together and almost all identical. A one-car driveway and a tree out front of each one. I'd noticed one of the neighbors had hung scary spider webs in the tree out front of their house, and it got me thinking what I might do with our tree. I'd been walking beside Daniel and lost in thought, which probably was why I didn't notice anything until he pointed it out to me. "Daddy, look, it's lightning!" I was jolted from my thoughts and looked over to where Daniel was pointing. There was a bright red coupe just down the street with a familiar design. The grille was a custom job, depicting the wry smile of Lightning McQueen. The windshield even depicted his eyes. The resemblance to the character was almost perfect. "I want to see!" Daniel almost ran across the street to get a better look. I stopped him, even though there weren't any cars coming, just to take a quick look around to be sure before taking his hand and laying him across the street with me. "I wonder who owns him," I said, as we made it up to the car. Up close, the detail was no less than stunning, and if I'm honest, a little bit creepy. Daniel didn't seem to notice that, though. All he cared about was it was lightning right here in front of him. "Daddy, can I go inside?" he begged. "Maybe later. I don't think we can go in right now," I said. The car was parked beside a playground that we frequented, abandoned at the time of the day. I figured one of the nearby houses must have owned it, but I wasn't sure who. "I'll tell you what, I'll see if we can find out who owns it, and maybe he'll let you check it out," I promised. Daniel seemed fine with that, and he gave the car one parting look before he let me lead him away. I have a feeling I know where this is going. Oh no, I hope it doesn't. That'd be funny though, wouldn't it? I have a feeling that this kid's gonna get kidnapped in a Lightning McQueen car. That I feel like is gonna be about it. I think that's gonna be it. Unless is the car sentient. It's actually Lightning McQueen. He's sentient and he kidnaps children. I spent the day applying to new jobs and one phone interview with a woman who I'm sure was only trying to be as condescending as was humanly possible. I did a quick Google search to see if anyone in the area owned a Lightning McQueen model and found myself looking at similar models online. Nothing was quite the same as the one I saw. The eyes and the mouth were different. I'd figured that whoever had made the model must have been some sort of hobbyist who'd have documented it on a YouTube channel, or at least sought some sort of recognition for all their hard work. I'm struggling.
but I came up with nothing. When the afternoon came, I prepared Daniel's after-school snack and left to go pick him up. Passing by the playground, I looked around for any sign of that Lightning McQueen car. No luck. Whoever owned it had moved it. I didn't dwell on it too much, figuring I'd see it again later. Later came a lot faster than expected. I saw that damn thing parked right outside of the school. For a moment, I wondered if it belonged to some other kid's parent and he'd made it to impress them. Lightning was certainly getting a lot of attention, with all sorts of little kids crowding around him. Daniel was among them. When he saw me coming, he said a quick goodbye to one of his friends, Toby, and rushed over to me. "Daddy, look, Lightning McQueen came to visit." "So he did," I said. "Did you get to go inside?" "No," he sounded a little disappointed. "He's just been sitting there all day." Now that struck me as a little odd. I would have thought whoever had made the car would have come out to claim some credit for their work. "Really?" I asked, a little concerned now. "You didn't see his owner?" "No, I don't think anyone's inside right now," Daniel said, although I didn't know how he could be so sure. I couldn't see through the windows, actually. I wasn't sure how a driver would see out of those windows, come to think of it. "Maybe he'll still be there tomorrow," Daniel said. "Yes, maybe," I replied, and took his hand to lead him home. That night, Teresa and I were woken up by a loud crash from outside. I jolted awake, disoriented and confused, unsure if I was dreaming or not. Outside, I heard the squeal of tires and shambled to my bedroom window to look out to the front yard. I couldn't see anything in the darkness, aside from the empty street out front. For a few moments, I listened to the semi-silence of the suburban night. There was no sound of a car speeding away or any sign of anything else. "Paul, what is it?" Teresa asked, standing by the bed and awaiting my verdict. "I don't know. I don't see any damage, but should we go out and look?" Part of me didn't really want to, but I wasn't sure how much sleep I'd get unless I confirmed that they hadn't hit her car in the driveway. I put on a pair of slippers and headed downstairs, then out the front door to assess the damage, and swore under my breath when I saw what had happened. Our small tree was almost snapped in half and nearly uprooted. Something had hit it with a lot of force. "You didn't see that from your window? What? How did you miss your tree being uprooted?" My first instinct was a drunk driver, and I looked around for any sign of them, but saw nothing on my empty street. I rushed back inside to share my findings with Teresa, and we called the cops. The police weren't able to do much aside from take a statement and look around a little. There was no saving the tree, and I'd need to have what was left of it removed. They weren't able to find any broken pieces of a car either. Lightning McQueen heard them talking about a tree and was like, fuck your tree. No tree for you. Teresa and I didn't get much sleep that night, and after putting Daniel back to bed after the commotion, I stayed up looking through job boards and then YouTube videos. By the time I had to take Daniel to school, I was dead tired and shuffled through the motions of that morning. Lightning McQueen hadn't moved from his spot from yesterday and remained parked out in front of the school. Daniel stared and smiled and didn't seem as interested in him today. Neither of us mentioned it. I kissed him on the cheek and headed back home, only taking a brief glance at the car before leaving. As soon as I got home, I looked up a cheap landscaping company and called them about removing the tree. "I can probably book something in for tomorrow." Typo. The man on the phone promised me. "We're a little backed up. It's weird. We've got a lot of calls like this today." "For broken trees?" I asked. "Yeah, there's been a bunch all over the neighborhood. I think a bunch of kids pulled some sort of stunt last night." That's okay. I hope you're not too spooked then. Have a good day, Cluck. Bye-bye. Thank you for coming to enjoy some pastas. I hope you have enjoyed your carb intake for the day. Bye-bye. Flock's never gonna know why this man hates Lightning McQueen. Guess it's just for us then. Okay. I couldn't imagine a group of teenagers deliberately crashing their cars into trees for fun, even if they were just small trees. But, well, kids these days were a lot different than back when I was in high school. I took the slot for tomorrow and turned on the TV to check out the news. Sure enough, there was a report on all the vandalism from last night before. Our cat Urkel rubbed against my legs as I watched, and I absentmindedly pet him before letting him out to wander the neighborhood. Uh-oh. I don't know if I can handle that. I can't deal with things happening to cats. I really cannot. After that, I took a nap on the couch, burnt out from all the excitement last night. When my phone's alarm went off, I slowly woke to work on Daniel's after-school snack and checked the back door to see if Urkel had come back. No sign of him, but I wasn't too worried about that. Lightning McQueen was gone when I got to the school, and I noticed a police cruiser in the Kiss and Ride. That made me feel uneasy. "I hope everything's alright," I remarked to Daniel once I'd collected him, and looked over at the police cruiser. Daniel stared at it as if he was surprised to find it there. "Did something happen today? I asked him. "I don't know, I didn't see," he said, and seemed to think about it for a little bit. Ricky said the D word, so maybe that's why? I highly doubted the cops were going to show up just because some kid uttered a cuss word. I stared at the cruiser, then at the empty space where Lightning McQueen had been the day before. No Lightning today, I asked. He left, Daniel said. He took Toby for a ride, though. My heart stopped in my chest. Lightning took Toby? I asked. Yeah, Toby was looking at him during recess, and his door opened, so he got in and then they left. I stared at that cop car, feeling physically ill as I realized why they were there. I knew Toby's parents. They were good people, and I couldn't imagine what they were going through at that moment. I took Daniel by the hand and pulled him towards home, trying to keep calm as I went. When I got there, I let Daniel eat a snack and watch TV while I called Teresa and told her what happened. I then called Toby's parents to check in on them. It was what I'd feared. Toby was missing, and the suspect had been driving a car that looked like Lightning McQueen. The police came by briefly to ask Daniel some questions. The officers were gentle, even though I don't think Daniel was able to give them anything of value. He was too young to understand the danger. I'd heard an Amber Alert was issued, but I had a sinking feeling in my stomach that it was too late. I considered keeping Daniel home from school the next day. I'd heard nothing about Toby being found, and that sick feeling in my stomach hadn't passed away. But eventually, I relented. The school was still open and reluctantly being watched by the police. Maybe it was safer to let him go today. Reluctantly, I went through our morning routine and walked him to school, eyes peeled for that fucking Lightning McQueen car. The other parents dropping off their children seemed grim and shifty. The demeanor was more guarded and uneasy. Some of the parents I usually chatted with ignored me in favor of making sure their own kids were safe. I didn't take that personally. A lot had chosen to stay home. I didn't blame them for that. I watched Daniel until he was safely inside the school and walked slowly, my feet almost dragging alongside the sidewalk. On the sidewalk. It wasn't until I got home that I remembered I'd completely nope. Nope, 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 nope. Three surreal vehicle incidents in less than 3 days, all coinciding with the arrival of that fucking Lightning McQueen model. It seemed too crazy to be true. I tried not to think about it and turned on the TV, watching the news to try and take my mind off of this. That didn't work either. There'd been a murder. Not just a hit and run, worse than that. A car had gone off the road and right into the living room of a house, not far from where I lived. They'd all been killed in the accident. Well, almost all of them. There was no sign of the driver in the car. And then they revealed the names of the deceased. Names I recognized. They weren't friends, no. I don't think I even knew where they lived until then, but I'd met them outside in front of Daniel's school. When they showed a picture of the house, a house almost identical to mine, I couldn't help but notice there wasn't a tree outside out front of that house. But there was a fresh mound of dirt where the tree had once been, a mound of dirt that looked a lot like the one that would be outside my house very soon. I felt myself start to shake. There was no denying this, or if there ever was, I just didn't want to deny it. Something was wrong, and I didn't even know how to begin to explain any of it. Some lunatic in a Lightning McQueen car was driving around kidnapping children and crashing into things. It occurred to me that if he had been behind all the damage, then perhaps his car would have shown signs of wear. There'd been no such thing when I'd last seen it. That wasn't much comfort, was it? I watched that report on the news, unable to understand why behind any of this, until eventually I decided that I just didn't care. Why did it matter? The police could handle that. All I needed was to take care of my family. I booked the hotel right then and there, 3rd floor where no car could possibly reach us. That's what you think. And I set packing our things immediately. When the time came to get Daniel, I didn't bother making him a snack. I called Teresa and told her to come home. I told her it was urgent and that then went to get Daniel. I figured I could meet her at our home and we could leave immediately. Daniel seemed quieter when I picked him up, and I kept a brisk pace on walking home, holding his hand tightly. Is Toby coming back? He asked me as we walked. I don't know, I replied. I hope so. I hope the police bring him back safe. Me too, Daniel said quietly, glancing over his shoulder. It seems like such a minor conversation, the kind of thing I wouldn't remember later, but I remember it now. I remember the last time I spoke to my son. When we got home, Teresa was already there, and she almost sprinted towards me. By the time I was close enough to see why, I barely noticed her at all. Where my front door had once been, there was now a gaping hole of splintered wood and drywall, roughly the size of a car. It looked sickeningly similar to the house I'd seen on the news earlier. The tire tracks on the lawn passed over where my tree had once been, and I felt that gnawing sickness in my stomach return as I realized that I could have easily been in the house when the car had come. Paul, what the fuck is going on? Teresa cried, and in the back of my mind I was almost grateful for the damage, since at least my concerns had been vindicated. I'll explain later. We need to go now. Get in the car. I'll get the suitcases. I've already booked a hotel, I said, and handed Daniel off to her. I headed towards the front of my house and hurried to the ruins of our house upstairs to get our luggage. Why is this a link? Okay. As I retrieved the suitcase from mine and Teresa's window, I saw him through the window. Lightning McQueen, parked patiently across the street. My eyes widened in horror. The model had taken some damage, the paint was scratched, and one of the mirrors had broken off. I'd expected whoever was behind the wheel of that goddamn thing to be long gone, but no, they'd been waiting for another chance. I didn't waste my time with our suitcases. I sprinted down the stairs as I heard the engine rev. I wasn't even at the door when I heard the sickening crunch of metal on metal and Teresa's scream of agony. When I got to the door, I saw just what had happened to her. She was pinned between the side of her van and Lightning McQueen. The model had hit her head on and backed up, leaving her to collapse uselessly to the ground. Through the windows of the van, I could see Daniel, clearly terrified. Lightning hit the van again and again, tires rolling over Teresa as it did, and the van rocked. I screamed but remained frozen and helpless. Daniel was struggling to escape. He opened the door of the van as Lightning reared up to ram it again and looked at me before running towards me. I might have screamed. I can't remember if I did. Lightning swerved away from the van, going around it and hitting the speed again. Daniel froze in his tracks, slicking the headlights of the oncoming car as it sped towards him, and in the blink of an eye, overtook him. That snarling mouth hit Daniel head on and slammed him into the brick of my house. Just one quick movement before the car shifted into reverse. I lost control of myself. I ran towards Daniel, but I could tell that there was no saving him. I could only hope he died on impact. The headlights of the car fixated on me, and with tears in my eyes, I looked towards them, waiting for them to bear me down. But they didn't. Lightning McQueen idled, its driver, if there was a driver, studying me from behind the eyes of the windshield. Then finally the car pulled back. I heard sirens in the distance and could only watch helplessly as Lightning McQueen sped off into the distance, the blood of my wife on his blood of my wife and son on his grill. I'm told the police found pieces of the car, abandoned in a dumpster a few kilometers away. Whoever had made the thing just swapped out what they couldn't fix to keep the vehicle looking somewhat pristine. Of course, they never found out who it was or even why they did it. They took Teresa off life support last week after the doctors declared her completely brain dead. Death? Her loss was another painful blow. I can't say how much I spent on trying to save her. More than I had, I'm sure. I'm told that her organs might be able to help save some lives, but that's not much consolation. I've buried her beside Daniel. She loved him as much as I did, and if it'd been me, it's what I would have wanted. I saw on the news that Lightning McQueen model tore through a playground last month, killing 6 people. 4 of them were kids. I've heard it mentioned as having been seen in a few cases of child abductions too. I still don't know why. Maybe some sick bastard out there just likes killing kids and making his car look like Lightning McQueen was the best way to get them close. I don't know. I don't think I'll ever get any answers. What I do know for sure is that I have nothing left in this world. Daniel is gone, and so is Teresa. As I write this, I'm sitting in a motel room that I know I can't afford. I don't suppose it matters. If the sleeping pills don't work, I'll just try something else later. All I can say is this. If you ever see a model of Lightning McQueen on your street, get the hell out of town. That wasn't terrible. Ended differently than I thought it would. It was a story. It wasn't that bad. It was decently written. Why is it giving me ads? Go away. The disposition of dead flesh. That sounds good. I'm gonna read that for myself later. How long is it actually? 4 minutes! Yeah, I'll come back to this. I want to read the shitty ones. And like the classics. Oh, I spelled it wrong. There's no space between no end. There it is. Audio story. No, I want like actual no end house. Okay, put that there. Put that there. We'll come back to that. Okay, so let's do Abandoned by Disney. Even though it's kind of long. I'm gonna take some water though. Have a nice sip. And we're gonna enjoy some spooks. That wasn't that bad. It wasn't poorly written. It wasn't great. But I like the concept. I do like the concept of it. Yeah. Back to the classics. Let me real quick check something. Okay. Alright. Abandoned by Disney by Slime Beast. Yeah, no, what a concept. Yeah, it was, I was expecting it to be shit. It wasn't as bad as I was expecting. It wasn't great, but it wasn't terrible. I like the concept, though. I like the concept of a car. Like, there were parts of it where it's like the crashing into trees and houses where it's like, okay, I don't know. And there was a lot of ominous setup with like everything looking the same that didn't really pay off aside from, oh, that happened to that house and now it's happened to my house. Yeah, there was a lot of stuff set up that didn't feel like it had good payoff, but it wasn't awful. No Jeff the Killer, that's for sure. But Abandoned by Disney's kind of long. But I remember it being, it's a classic. It's got all that spooky, I am God, God hates us, abandoned us, all that stuff. I don't need to watch Christine now. Nah, you're all good. You got Why I Hate Lightning McQueen. You'll never watch Cars the same again, which is fine by me because I sold my Cars VHS tape for $200. I don't need to watch it. I got rid of it. Okay, Abandoned by Disney. The voice come along. So I want to do a couple more. I want to do Smile Dog. I want to do No End House, and I want to do Ben Drowned. Maybe I'll do another one of these before Halloween. Because there's just so many, and my voice will die sooner or later. Yeah, I'll probably do another one because they're kind of silly and fun. I like reminiscing and I like reading spooky stories, so I know I don't have the voice for it, right? I mean, I could, but like,
you know, I don't know. Some of you may have heard that the Disney Corporation is responsible for at least one real live ghost town.
Like, I could do that, but at the same time, like, some of you may have heard that the Disney Corporation is responsible for at least one real live ghost town.
ASMR Stella. Hi, welcome to my ASMR channel. I don't even know if it's picking up my audio properly. It is. Okay, I did fix my mic. Disney built the Treasure Island Resort in Baker's Bay in the Bahamas.
I mean, I could do that, but like, why would I? Why would I when I can use my normal silly voice? I could. Do we want normal silly Store or do we want ASMR Store? That's the question. I would never do, like, part of me wants to make a joke ASMR video. Like, I still want to do more like situation voice type audio things and post them on Twitter just because I like those things. Me personally, that's just things that I enjoy. I want to work with like ambient audio tracks and whatnot and sound effects and whatnot with them. I just have no ideas for them. I just have no ideas. Snoop Dogg, bro, hi buddy. Yeah, I like doing voice stuff. It's fun. So who knows?
Hi, welcome back to my ASMR channel. Today we're gonna be dealing with microphone tapping.
Yeah, that's not right. Stella breaks into your house and vaporizes your mom ASMR. I don't care how big the room, how small the room is. I said cast fireball. It's wizard time, motherfucker. Fireball.
It's wizard time, motherfucker. Fireball.
Tapping noise. I have a glass to tap on, but it won't pick it up unless I'm talking. As
it needs to pick up my voice.
I have a piece of
Plastic I can crinkle. Is this good? Is this ASMR? Hi, Kagahi! You see, no? I wasn't doing. Hang on, I have another. Is that a better wrapper? Is this good ASMR? Does this give you tingles? This is the scariest part of the whole stream. How are you doing, Kagahi? How are you? This is the true horror. I have a pen to click. Oh wait, that's not a clicky pen. Never mind. I don't have anything else that could constitute ASMR. Don't worry about it. We're about to read Abandoned by Disney. Oh, we were joking where I was like, I could keep reading in my normal voice, or I could put on like a spooky normal reading voice where it's like, some of you may have heard that. That's not even the voice I used. I can't figure out what it was. What was the voice I did? It was like...
Some of you may have heard that the Disney Corporation is responsible for at least one real live ghost town.
Like I could do that, but also I have my normal voice, and I like my normal voice.
That wasn't how I normally talk. Anyway, I hope you're doing well, Kagahi. I hope you're doing well. Turnip, you didn't answer if that was good ASMR. Jeez. I feed you all this ASMR and this is how I get treated? Wow. Disrespectful. Okay, enough stalling. This one's a little long, so. Abandoned by Disney by Slime Beast. Oh, well, walk faster, you stupid. That's about all I can say. Some of you may have heard that the Disney Corporation is responsible for at least one real, live ghost town. Disney built the Treasure Island Resort in Baker's Bay in the Bahamas. It didn't start as a ghost town. Disney's cruise ships would have actually stopped at the resort and leave tourists there to relax in luxury. This is a fact. Look it up. Disney blew $30 million on this place. Yes, $30 million. Then they abandoned it. Disney blamed the shallow waters, too shallow for their ships to safely operate, and there was some blame cast on the workers, saying that since they were from the Bahamas, they were too lazy to work on a regular schedule. That's when the factual nature of the story ends. It wasn't because of sand, and it obviously wasn't because foreigners are lazy. Both are convenient excuses. No, I sincerely doubt those reasons were legitimate. Why don't I buy the official story? Because of Mowgli's palace. Near the beachside of the Emerald Isle in North Carolina, Disney began construction of Mowgli's Palace in the late 1990s. The concept was a jungle-themed resort with a large, you guessed it, palace in the center of the whole thing. If you're unfamiliar with the character of Mowgli, then you might better remember the story of the Jungle Book. If you haven't seen it anywhere else, you'd notice a Disney cartoon from decades past. Mowgli is an abandoned child in the jungle, essentially raised by animals and simultaneously threatened/pursued by other animals. Mowgli's Palace was a controversial undertaking from the start. Disney bought up a ton of high-priced land for the project, and there was actually a scandal surrounding some of the purchases. The local government claimed eminent domain on people's homes, then turned around and sold the properties to Disney. At one point, a home that had just been constructed was immediately condemned with little to no explanation. The land grabbed by the government was supposedly for some fictional highway project. Knowing full well what was going on, people started calling it Mickey Mouse Highway. Then there was the concept art, a group of stuffed shirts from Disney Co. Stuffed shirts, I had heard it before. Sorry, someone at work said it to me and I was like, I don't think I've heard that before. And they're like, you're so young. And I'm like, huh, if only you knew. But it's written here too. I don't know. Actually held a city meeting. They intended to sell everyone on how lucrative this project was going to be for everyone. When they showed the concept art, this gigantic Indian palace surrounded by a jungle, staffed with men and women in loincloths and tribal gear, well, suffice to say everyone flipped their shit. We're talking about a large Indian palace, jungle, and loincloths not only in the center of a relatively wealthy area, but also somewhat xenophobic area of the southern USA. It was a questionable mix at that point in history. One member of the crowd tried to storm the stage, but he was quickly subdued by security after he managed to break one knee of the presentation boards over his knee. Disney took that community and essentially broke it over its knee as well.
The houses were razed, the land was cleared, and there wasn't a damn thing anyone could do or say about it. Local TV and newspapers were against the resort at the beginning, but by some insane connection between Disney's media holdings and the local venues came into play, and their opinions turned on a dime. So anyway, Treasure Island, the Bahamas. Disney sunk those millions in and then split. The same thing happened with Mowgli's Palace. Construction was complete. Visitors actually stayed at the resort. The surrounding communities were flooded with traffic and the usual annoyances associated with the influx of lost and irate tourists. Then it just all stopped. Disney shut it down and nobody knew what the hell to think, but they were pretty happy about it. Disney's loss was pretty hilarious and wonderful to a large group of folks who didn't want this in the first place. I honestly didn't give the place another thought since hearing it closed over a decade ago. I lived maybe 4 hours from Emerald Isle, so I had only heard of the rumblings and didn't experience any of it firsthand. I read this article from someone who had explored the Treasure Island Resort and posted a whole blog about crazy shit he found there. Stuff just left behind. Things smashed, a face probably ruined by disgruntled former employees who had lost their jobs. Hell, the locals from around probably held a hand in wrecking that place. People there felt just as angry about Treasure Island as folks here did about Mowgli's Palace. Plus, there were rumors that Disney had released their aquarium stock into the local waters when they closed, including sharks. Who wouldn't want to take a few swings at merchandise after that? Well, what I'm getting at is that this blog about Treasure Island got me thinking. Even though many years had passed since its closing, I figured it would be scary! Oh no, it's a scary lizard man! Dragon! I've been spooked! Oh no! Why is Chicken Nugget on the creepy spookity? Why is Chicken Nugget on here? That's weird. Chicken Nugget's not Creepypasta anyway. Hi, Roland! I hope you're doing well! Hello, hello! Where was I? No, me too. I didn't do any Halloween costumes this year either. I might do some color shifting, but like I didn't do any costuming stuff this year, sadly. Maybe next year. I've just been so busy.
Haven't had time to focus on VTuber.
Tony Hort! No, now that's the scariest thing of all! This man? This man? Man? I hope it feels better! Oh no! Take some like Tums. Or Alka-Seltzer or something. Oh, I hope your tummy feels... Drank too much, shut up. That's what you got for being unhealthy, Roland. I hope your tummy feels better, though. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's a shame. Poor Roland. Poor lizard. Sad. Quick sip of water. We're reading Abandoned by Disney. We read through the original Jeff the Killer already. I'm sorry you had to miss that. What else did we read? I don't remember. We read a creepypasta called Why I Hate Lightning McQueen. That was a weird one. And then some crappy pastas. But now we're on to Abandoned by Disney. And then I got a couple others selected out. Spooky time, you know? Well, what I'm getting at... Oh, what do you mean you heard about the OG, Jeffrey? I mean, I know it before, but did you know that apparently it got taken down because it was so bad? It was so bad, they got rid of it, and they held a contest in 2015 to what would replace it as the de facto Jeff the Killer story on the website. I think that's crazy. Read the remake. Yeah, I've never read the remake, but apparently there was a contest for rewriting it, and then the winner became the de facto Jeff the Killer story. It was written in 2015. We didn't read that one though. It looked long. It was long. So who knows? Maybe next time, because I want to do another one of these streams. Because there's so many that I'm not going to be able to read. There's just too many. Oh no, the original's so bad, but that's what makes it good, you know? It's so bad it's good. It's one of those things where you read it and you go, well, anything I write will be better than this. Right? That's how I feel, at least. But Abandoned by Disney isn't, like, poorly written. So this is probably, like, the first, like,
actually okay one that we're reading today. It's like with Dawnfall, where it's, wow, this is so bad. Anything I can make is going to be better than this. Ego boost. Where was I anyway? Right. Let's get back into the story. The spooks. The spooks. I hope you're not too spooked, Roland. That's the scariest thing of all. Dawnfall. That's my horror. That's my nightmare. Let's go to something less scary. Like Abandoned by Disney. But what I'm getting at is that this blog about Treasure Island got me thinking. Even though many years had passed since its closing, I figured it might be cool to do some urban exploration at Mowgli's Palace. To take some photos, write about my experience, and probably see if there's anything I could take home as a memento. I'm not going to say I wasted no time in getting there, because honestly it took me another year after I found the first Treasure Island article to get around to going up to Emerald Isle. Over that course of the year, I did a lot of research on the Palace Resort, or rather I tried to. Naturally, no official Disney site or resource had made any mention of the palace, of that place. That had been scrubbed clean. Even odder, however, was that nobody before myself had apparently thought to blog about the place or even post a photo. None of the local TV or newspaper sites had one word about the place, though that was to be expected since they had all swung Disney's way. They wouldn't be out there lauding their embarrassment, you know? Recently, I learned that corporations can actually ask Google, for example, to remove links from search results, basically for no good reason. Looking back, it's probably not that nobody spoke of the resort, but that their words were made inaccessible. So in the end, I could barely find the place. All I had to go on was an old town map I'd received in the mail back in the 90s. Hang on. Oh, there we go. Okay, sorry. I was misplacing. I'm losing my mind. The 90s. It was a promotional item sent out to people who had recently been to Disney World, and I guess I'd been there in the late 80s. That was recent. I didn't really intend to hang on to it. It just got shoved in with books and comics from my childhood. I'd only remembered it months into my research, and even then, it took me another few weeks to locate the storage bin my parents had shoved it into. Like CERN all over again. Yeah. Steins Gate in my store stream? Wow, Hooke reference. Oh, gee. I didn't really intend to hang on to it. It just got shoved in with my books and comics from my childhood. I'd only remembered it months into my research, and even then it took me another few weeks to locate the storage bin my parents had shoved it all into. Oh no, totally understandable. Steins Gate is great. I respect your brain rot. They're making a new Cootie Sue scale figure of like her in a wedding dress, and I'm like, I'm not big on wedding dress figures, but it looks so pretty. I was like, oh my gosh, she pretty. I love a good scale figure. I love a good Steins Gate thingy. I need to get like at least one Steins Gate figure for my collection too, just as like a Hooke tribute. Yeah, that'd be good. After I pay for all these upcoming pre-orders with Alishka. Scary. Where was I? I didn't really intend to hang on to it. It just shoved it. I'd only remembered it months in my research, and even then, it took me another few weeks to locate the storage my parents had shoved it into. But I did find it. I believe in you, Roland. I believe in you. They get expensive, but some of them are cheap. Like, there's a new prize figure of Cootie Sue for the Corful line by Taito. It looks really nice. Locals were no help, as most were transplants who had moved to the beach in recent years, or old residents who had just sneered at me and made rude gestures the second I managed to say, where would I find Mowgli's? The drive took me through an inordinately long corridor of growth. I like that sentence. Tropical plants that had run rampant and overpopulated the area mixed with the native species of flora that actually belonged there and had tried to reclaim the land. I was in awe when I reached the front gates of the resort. Tremendous monolithic wooden gates whose supports to either side looked like they must have been cut from giant sequoias. The gate itself had been gouged in several places by woodpeckers and eaten away at the base by burrowing insects. Hanging on the gate was a sheet of metal by some random scrap and hand-painted letters scrawled in black, "Abandoned by Disney." Clearly the handiwork of some past local or an employee who wanted to make some small protest. The gates were open enough to walk through, but not drive, so grabbing my digital camera and map, whose flip side showed a layout of the resorts, I set off on foot. The inner grounds of the place were just as overgrown as the entryway. Palm trees stood untended and ragged amongst piles of their own coconuts. Banana plants similarly stood in their own stinking, bug-riddled refuse. There was this sort of clash between order and chaos, as carefully planted rows of perennial flowers mixed with obnoxious tall weeds and stinking blackened mushrooms. All that remained of any outdoor structures were broken, rotting wood and various charred bits of unidentifiable material. What was most likely an information booth or outdoor bar was now simply a pile of assorted debris chopped up by past vandalism and ravaged by weather. The most interesting thing on the ground was the statue of Baloo, the friendly bear from the Jungle Book, which stood in a sort of courtyard in front of the main building. He was frozen in a jovial wave toward no one, staring into empty space with a silly, toothy grin, and as bird shit covered the whole swaths of his fur and vines ensnared his platform. I approached the main building, the palace, only to find the outside of the building covered in graffiti where the original paint hadn't peeled and chipped away. The front doors weren't just open, they had been taken off their hinges and were stolen. Above the front doors, a gaping maw where they had been, someone had again painted "Abandoned by Disney." I wish I could tell you all the awesome stuff I saw inside the palace. Forgotten statues, abandoned cash registers, a full-fledged secret society of homeless bums, but no. The inside of the building was so stark, so bare, that I actually think people had stolen the molding off the walls. Anything that was too big to steal, counters, desks, giant fake trees, they were all resting amid this empty echo chamber that amplified my every step like a slow rat-a-tat of a machine gun. I checked the floor plan and headed to all the locations that might seem in any way interesting. The kitchen was, as I'd imagine, an industrial food prep area with all the appliances in space, no expenses spared. Every glass surface was broken, every door knocked off its hinges, every metal surface kicked and dented. The entire place smelled like very old piss. Ew. The huge freezer, not even remotely cool now, had row upon row of empty shelf space. Hooks hung from the ceiling, probably from hanging cuts of meat. As I stood inside for a moment, I noticed they were swinging. Each hook swung in a random direction, but their movements were so slow and small that it was almost impossible to see. I figured it had been caused by my footsteps, so I stopped one from swinging by clutching it in my fist, then carefully letting it go, but within a few seconds it started to swing once more. The bathrooms were in the same state as the rest of the place. Just like the Treasure Island Resort, someone had methodically smashed each porcelain commode with coconuts and other implements. There was about a half inch of rancid, stinking, stagnant water on the floor, so I didn't stay there long. What's odd is that the toilets and the sinks, and the bidets in the ladies' room, yes, I went there, all dripped, leaked, and ran freely. It seemed to me like they should have shut off the water long ago. There were plenty of rooms in the resort, but naturally I didn't have time to look through them all. The few I did peer into were similarly wrecked, and I didn't expect to find anything there. I thought there was actually a television or radio in one room, as I really think I heard a quiet conversation coming out. I thought it was like a whisper, probably my own breathing or echoing in the distance, or just another case of the sound of flowing water playing tricks on the mind. This is what it sounded like. 1. I didn't believe it. 2. Short unknown reply. 1. I didn't know that. 2. Your father told you. 1. Unknown reply, or possibly just weeping. I know, that sounds ridiculous. I'm just telling you what I experienced, why I thought there might have been something running in that room, or worse, some vagrants who had holed up in there and probably would have knifed me. At the front of the doors of the palace again, I figured I hadn't found anything of note and had wasted the trip up. As I looked out the door, I noticed something interesting in the courtyard that I had apparently missed. Something that would give me at least one thing to show for all my trouble, even if it was just a photograph. The lifelike there was a lifelike statue of a python, maybe 80 feet long, coiled up and sunning itself on a pedestal right in the center of the area. It was almost time for the sun to start setting, so the light fell onto the object in the perfect way for a photograph. I approached the python and snapped a photo. Then I stood on my toes and snapped another. I moved closer again to get detail of its face. Slowly, casually, the python lifted its head, looked directly in my eyes, turned, and slithered off the pedestal across the grass and into the trees. All 80 feet of it. Its head long disappeared into the woods before its tail even left the sunning spot. Disney had released all their exotic animals onto the grounds. Right there on my floor plan of the map was the reptile house. I should have known. I'd read about the sharks at Treasure Isle. I should have known they'd done this. I was dumbfounded, just utterly stupefied. My mouth must have been hanging open for the longest time before I came back down to earth and snapped it shut. I blinked a few times and backed away from where the snake had been, back towards the palace. Although it was totally gone, I still wasn't taking many chances and backed my way into the building. It took a few deep breaths and slapped my face to get myself in the right head again after that.
I looked for a place to sit down as my legs were feeling a bit like jelly at this point. Of course, there was no place to sit down unless I wanted to recline on broken glass and dead leaf carpet or haul myself up to a desk of questionable reliability. I had seen some stairs near the palace's lobby and decided to go have a seat there until I felt better. The staircase was far enough away from the front of the building to be relatively clean, save for a startling accumulation of dust. I pulled a wedge of metal off the wall, once again painted with the "Abandoned by Disney" motto I'd become accustomed to. I placed the wedge on the stairs and sat on it to keep at least somewhat clean. The stairway led downward, below ground level. Using my camera flash as a sort of improvised flashlight, I could see that the staircase ended in a metal mesh door with a padlock. A sign on the door, a real sign, read, "Mascots only! Thank you!" This perked up my spirits a little bit, for two reasons. One, a mascots only area would definitely had some interesting stuff back in the day. Two, the padlock was still in place. Nobody had gone down there. Not the vandals, not the looters, nobody. This was the one place I could actually explore and perhaps find something. My place. I'm a mascot? I'm a mascot? For what? Why am I not getting paid? This is ridiculous. I would like royalties, please. A mascots only area would have definitely had some interesting stuff back in the day. Two, the padlock was still in place. Okay, this was the only place I could explore and perhaps find something interesting to photograph or wantonly steal. I had come to the palace essentially agreeing with myself that it's okay to take anything I wanted because, hey, abandoned. It didn't take much to bust the lock. Well, that's actually, that's wrong. It didn't take too much to bust the metal plate on the wall that the padlock was hooked to. And your complaints to Twitch, not us. I will complain to whoever I feel like, thank you very much, and that's how I will live my life. So, you can't stop me. You can't stop me. You can't do it. Hee hee. Time and Decay had done most of the work for me, as I was able to bend the metal plate enough to pull the screws out of the wall, something nobody else had apparently thought of or hadn't been able to do at the time. The mascots only area was a startling and very welcome change from the rest of the building I'd seen. For one, every second or third fluorescent light overhead was illuminated, even though they flickered and faded randomly. Also, nothing had been stolen or broken, even if age and exposure was definitely taking their toll. Tables had notepads and pens, there were clocks, even a punch-in clock on the wall to complete with a filled out time cards. Chairs were scattered around and there was a small break room with an old static-filled television and long rotted out food and drink on the counters. You see, they didn't open this place. I would not. I would see the punched out time card and go, uh-oh, that's not good. It was like one of those post-apocalypse movies where everything is left in the state of evacuation. As I walked the maze-like sub-basement hallways of the mascots-only area, the sights just became more and more interesting. As I went further, desks and tables were knocked over, paper scattered and almost melded with the damp floor, and a large carpet of mold was slowly overtaking the real rotting crimson floor covering. Everything was just sort of squishy. Anything wood disintegrated into mush when I applied even the least amount of force, and clothing items hanging on hooks in one of the rooms simply fell to moist threads as if I tried to unhook them. One thing that annoyed me was the light was becoming more sparse and unreliable as I went further into the dark, suffocating depths of the place. Into the dank, suffocating depths of the place. You wouldn't? I mean, I probably would just for fun, but like I used to want to do urban exploring, but like, it's not me. There's too much risk of like stepping on nails and getting in trouble and whatnot, but I do enjoy watching some urban exploring videos. I think those are fun. It's not really an afraid thing. I kind of like the empty space and whatnot. But like, I don't know. It's just like, it's unsafe and I wouldn't want to be in trouble for like breaking in on a ring or something. Abandoned or not, you could get in trouble. There's actually like a really cool culture around urban exploring and like respecting like where you go and whatnot. So like, even if you do urban explore and you find like a location, you're not supposed to share them online or whatever. Oh yeah, no, I wouldn't want to, exactly, the homeless population, definitely not. No, for sure, like, that I wouldn't. There's a lot of urban exploring videos where you see like
They'll be walking by. Hang on, I have to sneeze again. They'll be walking around an area and then they find like a laid out sleeping bag and surrounded by like beer bottles, and they're like, oh, someone lives here, we should go. And that's the end of the video, guys. And it's like, yeah, that's a good idea. That's the good idea. Or like if they hear anyone walking around, they're like, okay, we don't want to get shanked, we're gonna leave now. Which I totally got. I totally got. True. I don't know. I know there's like a lot of in a lot of abandoned locations. There's like homeless people that'll hunker down in them, and it's like, well, this is their space, and we don't want any trouble. Oh no, for sure, yeah, though. Oh, I haven't seen any of those, but again, I haven't watched Urban Exploring in a lot videos in a while. I think the last one I watched was about the theme park. It was like the first video that came about that theme park that was like massive and supposed to be a distraction from like government elections and whatnot, and I thought it was so cool. I don't remember where it was or what it was called or whatnot, but I was watching TV. I was actually at Disney with Mama Fos, and we were just putting on TV for the night, and there was like a whole documentary about it on TV, and I was like, oh my god, Mama, can we watch this, because I love this. I love this story. And she was like, okay, this is cool. I like abandoned things. Like, I like learning about why they were abandoned and whatnot. Like, last time we stayed at Disney, we stayed at the Art of Animation Resort. And I love the history of that resort and, like, the Pop Century. And we, like, the Skyliner, like, the gondola system goes to that resort. And it, like, attaches to a bridge that connects these two resorts across a river. And oh my god, the history of that area and like how it used to be abandoned is just so interesting to me. I love it. I love it so much. I love weird construction and abandoned thingies. I love the history of it all. But I'm weird like that. I got so excited when I saw the Pop Century Resort for the first time. I was like, Mama! Mama, let me tell you all about this! Good, Roland, very good. Dragging another one into the cult. I'm proud of you. Thank you very much. Very good. Of course he wouldn't get it. He's probably some loser anime fan who doesn't respect women. If you don't get, look, BRS, the only people who get BRS, like they watch it and they go, I understand. The gays and the mentally ill. That's all I'm gonna say, is just that's the people who get it first. The girls who get it, and the girls who don't. Insert more internet lingo here. Or I don't know, people with any degree of critical thinking. But nah, anime watchers don't have that. That'd be funny. That wouldn't make any sense. Yeah. You know who doesn't have critical thinking? The guy who's in this place. Let me touch everything that's falling apart. Wow, the wood is literally collapsing as I step on it. Yeah, why? I wouldn't go down there, you stupid. Stupid. You're so true. So right. I'm a fucking genius then. I've never done an IQ test. I should. I want to see what my IQ is. Yeah, let me tell. Wow, look, the wood is disintegrating to mush when I step on it. What the fuck? Why are you walking? Eventually I reached a black and yellow striped doors with the words Character Prep 1 stenciled on it. The door wouldn't open at first. I figured that this is probably where the costumes were kept, and I definitely wanted a photograph of that twisted, stinking mess. Try as I might, whatever angle or trick I tried, the door wouldn't budge. That is, until I gave up and started to walk away. That was when there was a slight popping sound and the door creaked open slowly. Inside, the room was completely dark, pitch black. I used my camera flash to look for a light switch on the wall by the door, but there was nothing. As I made my search, I was jarred out of my sense of excitement by a loud electrical buzz. Rows of lights overhead suddenly flashed to life, flickering and fading in and out like the rest I had passed. That is when you leave. It took a second for my eyes to adjust, and it seemed like the light was just getting brighter and brighter until was going to keep getting brighter until all of the bulbs exploded. But just when I thought it would reach that critical stage, the lights dimmed a bit and steadied. The room was exactly as I pictured it. Various Disney costumes hung on the walls, fully put together like strange cartoon cadavers hung from invisible nooses. There was an entire rack of loincloths and native clothes on hangers towards the back. What I found odd, and what I wanted to photograph right away, was the Mickey Mouse costume at the center of the room. Unlike the other costumes, it was lying on its back in the center of the floor like a murder victim. The fur on the costume was rotten and shedding, creating bare patches. What was even odder, however, was the coloring of the costume. It was like a photo negative of the actual Mickey Mouse. Black where it should be white, and white where he should be black. His normally red overalls were light blue. No, it isn't out yet, but I'm gonna go see it in theaters tomorrow. I'm going to the theater tomorrow to watch it. I am. I'm excited. I was gonna go see it on Halloween, just because we have like the theater we have has half off on movies on Tuesdays. But I work Tuesdays now, so I couldn't. I don't know how I feel about it. I'm excited for it in the sense of I want to see how it goes. I want to see Matthew Lillard's performance as William Afton. I want to see what they do with it because it's just FNAF is so weird, and I know they've said they made it for the fans. So I just want to see, like, as someone who used to be a fan of FNAF, what it's like. Yeah. I'm curious. I was excited for it years ago when it was first in the works, so I might as well follow through, you know? That's what I did with Steven Universe until Steven Universe Future happened, and I went, fuck this, I'm not watching that. I'm excited. I'm excited to go see it. I don't think it's gonna be good or bad. Yeah, exactly, practical effects. Like, the second I saw that Jim Henson's Creature Shop was involved, I was like, oh, yummy. I love Jim Henson's work. I love that. I love their shop's work. Please and thank you. So I'm excited. Yeah, I love practical effects. For the new Haunted Mansion movie that they released, they did a lot of like practical effects that got like green screened over in some parts. Like, it looked really cool how they did it. Yeah, I mean, everyone's seen the animatronics in motion at this point. The trailers and then all of the tours that YouTubers have done where it's like, hey, we're on set. Hey, look. Hey, look. Here's all the videos that circle TikTok and YouTube. So they do look really cool. I remember when they first leaked like a little model of Springtrap and everyone was like, holy shit, let's go. Or is it technically Golden Bonnie? I don't know, man. I don't know enough. What I do know is that the site was off-putting enough that I'm terrible at transitions. Off-putting enough that I actually put off photographing the thing until last. I took a picture of the costumes hanging on the walls, upward angles, downward angles, side shots to show an entire row of frozen, putrid cartoon faces, some with plastic eyes missing. Then I decided to stage a shot. Just one of the bedraggled characters' heads on a slick, grimy floor. I reached for the headpiece of a Donald Duck costume and carefully removed it so the thing wouldn't fall apart in my hands. As I looked into the face of the wide-eyed, moldering head, a loud clattering sound made me jump with fright. I looked down at my feet, and then between my shoes was a human skull. It had fallen out of the mascot head and shattered into pieces at my feet. Only the empty face and lower jaw remained, staring up at me. I dropped the duck head immediately, and as you expect, moved for the door. As I stood in the doorway, I looked back to the skull at the floor. I had to take a picture of it, you know? I had to! For any number of reasons that may seem silly, but only if you don't think it through. There was just a skull inside, simple as that. I need proof of what happened, especially if Disney was going to somehow make this go away. I had no doubt in my mind right from the start that even if it was just gross negligence, Disney was responsible for this. That was when Mickey, the photo negative opposite Mickey on the middle of the floor, started to get up. First sitting up, then climbing to its feet, the Mickey Mouse costume, or whoever was inside it, stood there at the center of the room, its fake face just starting directly at me as I mumbled no over and over and over. With shaking hands and a violently thrashing heart and legs that once again turned to jelly, I managed to lift the camera and aim it at the opposite creature now quietly sizing me up. The digital camera screen displayed only dead pixels in the shape of the thing. It was a perfect silhouette of the Mickey costume. As the camera moved in my unsteady hands, the dead pixels spread, marring the screen wherever Mickey's outline moved to. Then the camera died. Went blank,
quiet and broken. I raised my eyes once again to the Mickey Mouse costume. Hey, it said in a hushed, perverted, but perfectly executed Mickey Mouse voice. Want to see my head come off? I can't do Mickey voices. It started to pull at its own head, working its clumsy, glove-clad fingers around its neck with clawing, impatient movements similar to a wounded man trying to pull himself free of a predator's jaws. As it worked its digits into his neck, so much blood, so much thick, chunky, yellow blood. I turned away as I heard a sickening tear of cloth and flesh, only cared about getting away. Above the doorway out of this room, I saw a final message clawed into the metal with bone or fingernails. Abandoned by God. I never got the pictures out of the camera. I never wrote the blog entry about it. After I ran out of that place, fled for my sanity, if not for my life. If I knew why Disney didn't want anyone to know about this place. They didn't want anyone like me getting in. They didn't want anything like that getting out. This is part of the Abandoned by Disney series by Slimebeast. I didn't realize it was a series. What? Five Nights at Treasure Island stream. I don't know. I didn't know this was a series. Prequel, part 1, Room 0, and Corruptus? That's cool. I didn't know that. I'm not gonna read it now, but... I'll read the prequel real quick, but like, I didn't know it was a series. What? That's cool. That's cool. A few suggestions. Suggestion, we could use another person to check in during peak hours. Suggestion, please move the hot dog cart away from the main water slide. Also, please have waterside staff keep an eye out for children who just ate. When anyone gets sick in there, 3 or 4 people have to go through it before we know about it. Suggestion, it would be nice if we had to give more detailed information anonymously. Maybe private meeting time with management? Suggestion, need more security at Southgate. Suggestion, music in Reptile House keeps slowing down or reversing. It's very annoying. Understandable. Suggestion, please tell the mascots not to try eating in their costumes. We keep getting one in with food all over its face and we think someone's trying to be funny. The mouth opening is mesh, so eating isn't even possible. Suggestion, please fix the music in the Reptile House. It's still driving me up the wall. Suggestion, guests are complaining about the amount of towels in their rooms. Suggestion, need a better or newer coffee machine for the break room. Suggestion, I wasn't going to say anything because I'm pretty tolerant, but please stop admitting children without faces. They won't stay in the guest areas. What? Suggestion, the common area could use a bigger selection of DVDs and games. The collection is already getting stale. Suggestion, still need security at the Southgate. We're having cheaper. What's cheaper, having a staffer pass by once in a while or painting over all the vandalism? Suggestion, Southgate needs more security. Suggestion, what are we doing about profanities at the employee exit? Send security 3 more times of the day or whatever. Suggestion, don't feel safe at leaving Southgate at end of shift. Suggestion, Frank is cheating at solitaire when he thinks I'm not watching. Please do something about this immediately. Frank, how dare you? Suggestion, tell the mascots to stay out of where they don't belong. One of them keeps turning off the music in the Reptile House. Can't tell who because of the suit. Have a meeting or something. Suggestion, please give the mascots more break time or allow them to take short breathers during work hours. Sweat and body over are one thing, but now we keep getting the same suits full of vomit. Suggestion, stop Frank, he's a menace. It's now spread to Sudoku. I am not making this up. Suggestion, sorry to write on a napkin, but we need more suggestion cards or somebody is stealing them all. Suggestion, stop the fucking music. Suggestion, I swear all these blank kids are getting into everything. Every time I kill one of them, the others just misbehave more. I keep finding them in piles at the bottom of stairways and they think it's funny. It's not funny. I can't get through. Suggestion, we need more suggestion cards. Suggestion, we received a mascot suit with paint on its gloves. Someone took it to the Southgate and the color matches what the vandal is using. Might be worth looking into. Also, where are the cards? Suggestion, costume sticking to the sores. Suggestion, it's too hard to write with gloves on. Suggestion, thank you for the suggestion cards. Finally! What are we doing about staffing check-in at peak hours? Suggestion, once more. Sorry for the napkin. We're out of cards again.
Suggestion. One of the mascots cornered me in a supply closet and grabbed my breasts. I've told Michael Sheehan about it, and I don't think he's going to do anything because I don't know who is in the outfit. I'm going to file a lawsuit if management continues to avoid my calls. This is a final notice. Additionally, please restock the cards. I suspect they were removed so you could discourage my reports. Suggestion. Haha, I'm a mouse. Suggestion. Fuck you. Suggestion. Someone's taking out the light bulbs. I mean, just everywhere. The guests are getting increasingly angry about flipping switches only to have nothing happen. Suggestion. When are we getting some new DVDs in the common room? I'm not complaining because they're old movies, just plenty are scratched and don't play all the way through. Suggestion. What's the ETA on that coffee maker? Suggestion. Haha, I'm a mouse. Haha, I'm a lizard. Haha, I'm a store. Suggestion. The vending machines on the third floor in the guest area are constantly unplugged and the money slots are often jammed with suggestion cards. I don't even know what these cards are talking about. Suggestion. We need more cards again. Suggestion. Try to find Frank. Suggestion. I will give you clues about Frank, okay? Suggestion clue 1. It's cold. Suggestion clue number 2. It's wet. Suggestion. We need another coat of paint on the south gate. Are you doing anything about this clown? Suggestion clue number 3. Flush. Suggestion. The hot dog cart is still next to the water slide, and there have been 2 more incidents involving children getting halfway sick through the pipe. Sick halfway through the pipe. This is really reflecting poorly on the resort. Suggestion. I don't think you're looking for Frank. Suggestion. Hey, I don't want to be a dick, but seriously, where are the cards? This box is pointless. Suggestion. I keep sinking into the floor, or suggestion. Maybe it's just that I feel like it. Suggestion. I can't get any rest because there's too much to do. Every time I lie down, guests keep asking if I'm okay. Suggestion. I can't get my head off. 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 Suggestion. Ignore last card. It was my real head. I forgot. Suggestion. The costume is sticking to my sores and there are more sores. Suggestion. All I am is sores. Suggestion. The costume is breathing and I don't know if it's movements, and if I don't match its movements, I can't get any air. Suggestion. F. Suggestion. Uck. Suggestion. I keep locking the gates, but someone keeps opening them again. Please tell them to stop doing that because it lets everyone out again, and I feel like that's counterproductive. Suggestion. They found Frank. They're going to blame me. Please advise. Suggestion. Ha! Frank's face was looking like a bad plate of mashed potatoes when they pulled him out, but when I laughed, everyone looked at me, and even the people with the faces, which is odd. Suggestion. I have to think of what to do. Suggestion. Oh. Suggestion. I know, hang on. Suggestion. I'm not sure if the suggestion box is the right place for this, but security isn't doing much about my complaint. Over the last couple days, I've been circling the resort and counting the number of staffers. As far as I can tell, there are more mascots on the ground than we have on payroll. Security says it doesn't make sense, but I think we have 1 extra. Suggestion. Please help. Costumes are heavy with people inside, and there's no hook left for me. Wow, that was funny. I like that. That's silly. I like the idea of it. I like the idea of using suggestion cards. Anyway, I've never read the whole of this. I don't think I'm going to right now. Oh, it's like a direct sequel. That's cool. Yeah, I like that one. But I want to read a couple more that are like classics. I want to read, we're going to start with, oh no, for sure there's going to be a part 2, definitely before Halloween. Because I might stream tomorrow, and if I don't, I'll be streaming Sunday. And then I might do a, Tuesday night is really late for me. I don't know if I will. But I want to do a Halloween karaoke as well. I just don't have the time for it. But I definitely, even if it's not like October, I want to do more of these because I think they're silly. I like reminiscing and whatnot. But I want to read Smile Dog next. But real quick, I'm gonna go feed my cats because it is their dinner time and they're going to kill me if I don't feed them. So please enjoy the spooky music or whatever while I feed my kitty cats, and I will be right back after that, okay? Okay, thank you. We're gonna go on to Smile Dog next. And then Been Drowned in No End House, I think. And then that might be it.
We'll see. Okay?
Okay.
I'll be right back.
bye. Need to feed my cats, and I had some complications in the kitchen, such as going to throw the cat food in the garbage, and the garbage can spilled. That was fun dealing with. But hello, hi, hello, Toby.
Mr. Board Erlands. Erlands, comma board.
Hello. Oh, I'm glad you're liking it thus far, Roland. We're gonna read a couple more creepypastas, some classics. I have a story with this one though, Smile Dog. Smile Dog, when I read it for the first time, I was laying in bed, and I was a small store at the time, and I was scrolling on my iPod Touch that I had been gifted. I don't remember how long I've had it. Probably not long. I was scrolling through reading it, and I was like, oh, this is scary. And then I got to the end, and I got so freaked out and scared that I was like, I'm not sleeping tonight, and I was terrified. This one scared me so bad for so long. Like, this thing tormented me, this creepypasta. I got the voice for creepypasta readings.
Why, thank you. I sure do try.
Me and my squeaky ass little voice. My silly guy voice is so good for reading silly guy stories about silly little guys with silly little topics such as disembowelment and child abduction. And haunted mascot characters. I probably am going to go back through and read the rest of Abandoned by Disney. Maybe I'll save it for another stream, but I'm tempted to read it on my own. Tempted. I would think that'd be really fun to do a stream where it's just clicking the random story button. Freddy 5 night. Friday nights at Freddy's. I think it's cool to just do like a random creepypasta reading just of everything that's on the site, rather than just going through classics. I think that'd be fun too. I like reading stories. I like reading silly little creepypastas. It mostly comes not from the perspective of someone who likes creepypasta or horror, but from the perspective of a writer and someone who enjoys writing and reading. I like seeing what people come up with creatively, and I like how I like to see how different people convey horror through text. Mostly because I'm really bad at conveying horror through text. Like, I was trying to write in a thing at one point where it was like, and then suddenly this happened, like where it's essentially like there was like someone stalking in the shadows, and then they broke out and like attacked this person, but it was from the perspective of the people being attacked. And I was like, how do I write like person that they didn't know was there jumps out of the shadows without being, and then suddenly a guy showed up and tried to kill me? And it's like, how do I do that? So Creepypasta Nuzlocke randomizer at speed around 2 a.m. not clicking. But not actually, because we were supposed to. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Literally, though. Essentially. And then jump scare. Can I jump scare anything? Do I have any jump scares set up? No. I don't have all my fun things that I had before. Because all my files didn't transfer over, and I couldn't find them on my computer, on my laptop, so I was like, I don't need all those files, do I? So all my fun things, like my glow stick, are gone. I do want to set up some, like, stream toggles thing, where it's like, you can zoom in on yourself. Like, whereas OBS, like, you can hit a button and you'll, like, zoom in on your face. Mimi has been doing it a lot, and I think it's the funniest thing, and I want to steal that. Mimi, my Oshi. Yippee. Foxy jump scaring you at transparent and before. Okay, it's YouTube video that's silenced but interrupted by the first note of Megalovania, and it's like 3 hours long. Change tone topic without way. It's interesting, but the thing is, there's so many different ways that people do it, and I love it. But yeah, that's definitely it. Like, there was the story we read, which called "Why I Hate Lightning McQueen," and it went from like.
It was like talking with the son. It's like, I hope my friend Toby comes back soon. It's like, yeah, I hope the police bring him back safe. It's like, and it was such an ordinary conversation with my son, but I'll never forget it. You never forget the last conversation you have with your child. And I was like, nice. Interesting. Creepypasta, Smile Dog doesn't really do it. Smile Dog doesn't really have jump scare factor, but what I remember, no, I was a small store. I was very small-minded in the sense of not being bigoted, but in the sense of no thoughts head empty. This one scared me because it was like build up and suspense where it's like, you know what's coming, and it's just like, it feels like there's nothing you can do to stop it. Like, you have to stop reading if you don't want it. It's like, oh. But again, I haven't read this since, I don't know, 2011, 2010, maybe earlier, I don't know. So, Smile Dog, let's see if it's as bad as I remember. Bad in what way? Who knows? I first met in person with Mary E. in the summer of 2007. I had arranged with her husband of 15 years, Terrence, to see her for an interview.
Oh no, I read it!
Yeah, I know, exactly.
Oh no, I saw the scary dog picture and now I'm cursed forever! Oh no! Oh no!
I was totally freaked out. Mary had initially agreed since I was not a newsman but rather an amateur writer gathering information for a textbook. I'll come back to that sentence. I got distracted by chat. As a chess machine. Having a whole lot of blank spaces. Yeah. Was there? That's neat. I didn't know that. That's cool. I didn't know people still cared about Smile Dog. I think the most interesting part of Smile Dog is there's 2 iterations of the image that get passed around where there's like the total corrupted demon dog and then there's the husky. And Baby Stella didn't like either of them. Baby Stella was like, fuck that, get that out of here. No thank you. I don't like when things have teeth. I think the husky was scarier to me because it felt like more Uncanny Valley than like, what the fuck is that, you know? Oh no, they're definitely still unsettling. I do like a good unsettling image. Like there was on it was in the Abandoned by Disney, this Abigail Project thumbnail right there. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I don't like the look of that. That I do not like. Where were we? We were at Smile Dog, right? Yeah, I don't like when things have teeth. I don't like teeth. It's why I like, actually let me look it up real quick, but it was like Tooth Fairy Candle Cove show. I don't know. Channel Zero, that was it. Channel Zero. This was the show where they adapted, Candle Cove, and then they later adapted No End House. This thing I do not like. Do not like it. The Tooth Child. That's it. The Tooth Child. Candle Cove. I do not like this thing at all. This thing scared me when I watched it because I was like, Candle Cove never really spooked me as a story, but like the way they did this is so gnarly. I love it. It's so bad. Like, ew, no thank, no like, no thank, no like. Channel Zero did a really good job with adapting Candle Cove. I never saw their thing about No End House though, which I want to watch it because, like I said, No End House is one of my favorites, but I should go back and watch it. It's like a horror anthology show. It's pretty neat. I thought it was really cool. I'm like, holy shit, Creepypasta is like adapted for like real TV. It was neat. It was neat. Where were we anyway? We didn't get very far in. Mary had initially agreed since I was not a newsman but rather an amateur writer gathering information for few early college assignments and, if all went according to plan, some pieces of fiction. We scheduled the interview for a particular weekend when I was in Chicago on unrelated business, but at the last moment Mary changed her mind and locked herself in the couple's bedroom, refusing to meet with me. For half an hour, I sat with Terrence as we camped outside the bedroom door, I listening and taking notes while he attempted fruitlessly to calm his wife. Things Mary had said made little sense but fit the pattern I was expecting. Though I could not see her, I could tell from her voice that she was crying, and more often than not her objections to speaking with me centered around an incoherent diatribe on her dreams, her nightmares. Terrence apologized profusely when we ceased the exercise, and I did my best to take it in stride. Recall that I wasn't a reporter in search of a story, but merely a curious young man in search of information. Besides, I thought at the time I perhaps could find another similar case if I put my mind and resources to it. Mary E. was the size stop for a small, Chicago-based bulletin board system in 1992 when she first encountered Smile.jpg and changed her life forever. She and Terrence had been married for only 5 months. Mary was one of an estimated 400 people who saw the image when it was posted on a hyperlink through the BBS, though she was the only one who had spoken openly about the experience. The rest have remained anonymous or are perhaps dead. In 2005, when I was only in 10th grade, Smile.jpg was first brought to my attention by my burgeoning interest in web-based phenomena. Mary was the most often cited victim of what is sometimes referred to as Smile.dog. The best Smile.jpg is reputed to display. The being Smile.jpg is reputed to display. Can't read, never can, never will. What caught my interest, other than the obvious macabre elements of a cyber legend and my proclivity towards such things, was the sheer lack of information. Usually to the point that people don't believe it even exists other than as a rumor or as a hoax. Scroll. It is unique because, though the entire phenomenon centers around a picture file, that file is nowhere to be found on the internet. Certainly many photo-manipulated simulacra litter the web, showing up with the most frequency on sites such as the image board 4chan, particularly the X-Focus Paranormal subboard. Oh my god, I can't speak. It is suspected that these are fakes because they do not have the same effect the true Smile.jpg is believed to have. Namely, sudden onset temporal lobe epilepsy and acute anxiety. The purported reaction in the viewer is one of the reasons the phantom-like Smile.jpg is regarded with such disdain, since it is patently absurd. Though depending on whom you ask, the reluctance to acknowledge Smile.jpg's existence might just be as much out of fear as it is out of disbelief. Yeah, the true Smile.jpg, not the fake one. We don't want your screenshotted Photoshop. Your AI generated. You made this in DALL-E 3, didn't you? Neither Smile.jpg nor Smile.dog is mentioned anywhere on Wikipedia, though the website features articles on other, perhaps more scandalous shock sites, such as Hello.jpg or 2 Girls 1 Cup. Any attempt to create a page pertaining to Smile.jpg is summarily deleted by any of the encyclopedia's many admins. I know you made goat teeth on a dog, you can't fool me. Literally though. Encounters with Smile.jpg are the stuff of internet legend. Mary E's story is not unique. There are unverified rumors of Smile.jpg showing up in the early days of Usenet, and even one persistent tale in 2002, a hacker flooded the forums of humor and satire with something awful with a deluge, I'm struggling, of Smile.dog pictures, rendering almost half the forum's user at the time epileptic. Something awful forums. Something awful mentioned. Someone called Slender. Yes, satire, exactly. I was thinking that and I'm like, okay, that's one way to describe that website. It is also said that in the mid to late 90s that Smile.jpg circulated on Usenet and is an attachment of a chain email with the subject line, "Smile, God loves you." Yet despite the huge exposure these stunts would generate, there are very few people who admit to having experienced any of them, and no trace of the file or link has ever been discovered. I want to see someone young read this. I want to see a Gen Alpha person read this. I want to see like a young Gen Z read this. So they have no idea what's being said. They're like, what's that? What does that mean? I want to see that. I think that'd be really funny. Because so many like creepypasta stories are very much set in the early 2000s and whatnot. Because that's when they were written. I just think it'd be so funny if someone who was born in like 2010 like fresh into like 2013 even, because like that would be like what, I don't know, read this because that's like the age range a lot of people get into like creepypasta and whatnot is like around 10 years old. That's when like if they're on the internet they find out about these things and they're like they think they're cool and brave even though they're small. I want to see them read this and be like, what the fuck is 2 girls 1 cup? What is something awful? What the hell is the Usenet? Right? I think that would be really funny. Tacos Veils. That'd be funny. I feel like Bae would know. I feel like Bae would know. I just think it'd be so funny. Like, that just feels like it'd be perfect. I'd be like, this is the humor. This is what creepypasta is. And they're like, what's a chain email? What do you mean there was no way back with the Skibidi creepypasta? Oh no, that would be horrible. That's the only one I don't know. I don't think I could explain it because I've only heard it. Hey Google! Let's look at the Usenet. Explain for Ornip. Usenet. I think it's like a business thing. Yeah, it's like the ancient. Yeah, it's the old internet. Yeah. How to get started with Usenet. An ancient internet system harking back to the early 1980s. Usenet was created so blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Yeah, it's just like old internet essentially. Old Google. Yeah. I know I'd heard of it before because like Amaphos and whatnot, but like, yeah. I think it'd just be funny. I don't know why, but I just started looking at my model and I was like, I don't like how that's rigged. And now I'm tempted to get Live 2D. Stor, no, we can't go back. Stor, no. I refuse. Smile, God loves you. Okay, we read that part. Those who claim to have seen Smile.jpg often weakly joke that they were far too busy to save a copy of the picture on their hard drive. However, all alleged victims have offered the same description of the photo. A dog-like creature, usually described as appearing similar to a Siberian husky, illuminated by the flash of the camera, sits in a dim room, with the only background detail that is visible being a human hand extending from the darkness near the left side of the frame. The hand is empty, but it is usually described as beckoning. Of course, most attention is given to the dog, or dog creature, as some victims are more certain than others about what they have claimed to have seen. The muzzle of the beast is reputedly split in a wide grin, revealing 2 rows of very white, very straight, very sharp, very human-looking teeth. This, of course, is not a description given immediately after viewing the picture, but rather a recollection of the victims. What a useless sentence. Oh no, Roland, you've done what Galaka did. Alright, I will suffer more.
And here we go again. We started with Uwu and now we have the Uwu back. This is what was that? One collection of the victims who claim to have seen the picture endlessly repeated in their mind's eye during the time they are, in reality, having epileptic fits. These fits are reported to continue indeterminately, often while the victims sleep, resulting in very vivid and disturbing nightmares. These may be treated with medication, though in some services it is Services? Is that a word? Am I dumb? Services, it is more effective than others. Okay, I think it's supposed to be some cases, but Mary E, I assumed, was not on effective medication. That is why after my visit to her apartment in 2007, I sent out feelers to several folklore and urban legend-oriented news groups, websites, and mailing lists, hoping to find the name of a supposed victim of Smile.jpg who felt more interested in talking about his experiences. For a time, nothing had happened, and at length I forgot completely about my pursuits. Oh my god, this is hard. Since I had begun my freshman year of college and was quite busy. Mary contacted me via email, however, near the beginning of March 2008. Added by moosejuice.com. Moosejuice. To jml@.com from marye@.com. Subject: last summer's interview. Dear Mr. L, I'm incredibly sorry about my behavior last summer when you came to interview me. I hope you understand that it was no fault of yours, but rather my own problems that led me to act out as I did. I realized that I could have handled the situation more decorously. Words. So hard to pronounce things. However, I hope you will forgive me. At the time, I was afraid. You see, for 15 years, I have been haunted by Smile.jpg. Smile.dog comes to me in my sleep every night. I know that sounds silly, but it is true. There's an ineffable quality about my dreams, my nightmares, that makes them completely unlike any real dreams I have ever had. I do not move and do not speak. I simply look ahead, and the only thing ahead of me is the scene from that horrible picture. I see the beckoning hand, and I see Smile.dog. It talks to me. It is not a dog, of course, though I am not quite sure what it really is. It tells me it will leave me alone if only I do as it asks. All I must do, it says, is spread the word. That is how it phrases its demands, and I know exactly what it means. It wants me to show it to someone else, as I could. The week after my incident, I received in the mail a manila envelope with no return address. Inside was a 3.5-inch floppy diskette. Without having to check, I knew precisely what was on it. I thought for a long time about my options. I could show it to a stranger, a coworker. I could even show it to Terrence.
As much as the idea disgruntled me. And what would happen then? Well, Smile.dog kept its word, I could sleep. Yet if it lied, what would I do? And who was to say something worse would not come for me if I did as the creature asked? So I did nothing for 15 years, so I kept the diskette hidden amongst my things. Every night for 15 years, Smile.dog has come to me in my sleep and demanded that I spread the word. For 15 years, I have stood strong, but there have been hard times. Many of my fellow victims on the BBS board where I first encountered Smile.jpg stopped posting. I heard some of them had committed suicide. Others remained completely silent, simply disappearing off the face of the web. They are the ones I worry about the most. So this music is loud, isn't it? I forgot to turn it back down after I came back. My bad. Where was I? Others remain completely silent. They are the ones I worry about the most. I sincerely hope you'll forgive me, Mr. L. But last summer when you contacted me, my husband about an interview, I was near the breaking point. I decided I was going to give you the floppy diskette. I did not care if Smile.dog was lying or not. I wanted it to end. You were a stranger, someone I had no connection with, and I thought I would not feel sorrow when you took the diskette as part of your research and sealed your fate. Before I realized what I was doing, I was plotting to ruin your life. I could not stand the thought, and I still cannot. I am ashamed, Mr. L, and I hope that this warning will dissuade you from further investigation of Smile.jpg. You may in your time encounter someone who is, if not weaker than I, then wholly more depraved. Someone who will not hesitate to file Smile.dog's orders. Stop while you are still whole. Sincerely, Mary E. My god, it was so hard to read, I'm telling you. I actually need a sip of water after that, oh my goodness. Ugh. Terrence contacted me later that month with news that his wife had killed herself. While cleaning up various things she left behind, closing email accounts and the like, he happened upon the above message. He was a man in shambles. He wept as he told me to listen to his wife's advice. He'd found the diskette, he revealed, and burned it until it was nothing but a stinking pile of blackened plastic. The part that most disturbed him, however, was that the diskette had hissed as it melted, like some sort of animal, he said. I will admit that I was a bit uncertain about how to respond to this. At first, I thought it was perhaps a joke, but the couple belatedly playing with the situation in order to get a rise out of me. The quick check of several Chicago newspapers' online obituaries, however— oops, I hit a wrong button. Let me go back, thank you. However, proved that Mary E. was indeed dead. There was, of course, no mention of suicide in the article. I decided that, for a time at least, I would not further pursue the subject of Smile.jpg, especially since I had finals coming up at the end of May. But the world has odd ways of testing us. Almost a full year after I'd returned from my disastrous interview with Mary E., I received another email. From Eliza82.com, subject Smile. Hello, I found your email address through a mailing list. Your profile said you were interested in Smile.dog. I have saw it. It is not as bad as everyone says. I have sent it to you here. Just spreading the word. Final line chilled me to the bone. According to my email client, there was one file attached called naturally smile.jpg. I considered downloading it for some time. It was most likely a fake, I imagined, and even if it weren't, I was never wholly convinced of smile.jpg's peculiar powers. Mary E's account had shaken me, yes, but she was probably mentally unbalanced anyway. After all, how could a simple image do what smile.jpg was said to accomplish? What sort of creature was it that could break one's mind with the only power of the eye? And if such things were patently absurd, then why did the legends exist at all? If I downloaded the image, if I looked at it, and if Mary turned out to be correct, if Smile.dog came to me in my dreams demanding I spread the word, what would I do? Would I live my life as Mary had, fighting against the urge to give in until I died? Or would I simply spread the word, eager to be put to rest? And if I chose the latter route, how could I do it? Whom would I burden in turn? If I went through my earlier intention to write a short article about Smile.jpg, I decided I could attach it as evidence. And anyone who read the article, anyone who took interest, would be affected. And even assuming the Smile.jpg attached to the email was genuine, would I be capricious enough to save myself in that manner? Could I spread the word? Yes, I could. Credit anonymous. And now we're all cursed! Yippee! Yes. Yes, I could. But that scared me when I was a babu star, when I was a little babu person. I was new to peopling. I was looking through it, and like it's a skinny iPod screen, right? An old iPod, so the screen is small, and you're slowly scrolling. It's like you're reading this whole section. It's like, uh-oh, could I spread the word? It's like, uh-oh, and then you see yes, I could in the top of the image, and I was like, no, scroll up, no, I can't look at it, no. I was freaked out. I was terrified, but there it is. The spooky image. Yippee. We're all cursed now. Yippee. Yeah. And then there's a whole bunch of stuff written about it. The origin and development of it. That's just so cool. The Creepypasta.com is really cool with how it... Even the Creepypasta wiki also documents it. There's so much documentation and like archiving of creepypasta stuff, and I think that's so cool. Mandatory image tags. That's funny. All right, I want to read 2 more of the ones I had for what I wanted. Never mind. No End House is an hour. I don't remember that story being that long. Fuck that. We're not reading No End House. 52 minutes. No End House is one of my favorites. I do not remember it being so long. I do not remember being that long. Next time, I don't know about that. Maybe, who knows? So we're gonna go and we're gonna read under famous creepypastas. How long has Ben drowned? 47 minutes! When was Ben drowned long? I don't remember that being so long. Forget that. We're not doing that. Okay, give me a random story. 6 minutes. Perfect. It's called Small World. Beings and Entities, Strange and Unexplained, 8 minutes of reading. It has less than 5 stars. Yeah, kind of. It kind of does. I was never the biggest fan of Ben Drowned. It kind of does. It depends. More was added as time went on. Originally, it was just a story, as far as I know. And then there was also a video. But as time went on, more and more things got added to these things. Just from fans and whatnot. Time to go. Yeah, right. Honestly. Well, if I finish both stories, I'll try and get one more in. One more. Let's see. What else do they have in famous over here? That one's long. I know the Russian sleep experiment is long. Candle Cove is long. He comes, Zalgo. That one's short. 10 minutes. I remember Zalgo being... Okay. How long is Herobrine? 2 minutes! Perfect! We're doing Herobrine! We're doing Herobrine! You've never heard Zalgo? Okay, we'll do Zalgo and Herobrine.
And then we'll be done. No, not been drowned. Where is Herobrine? Okay, we'll do Herobrine first. 2 minutes. Perfect. I'd recently spawned on a new world in a single-player Minecraft. Have I read Sonic.exe? Not today, no. But it was one of the things where I was like, if I have time, I'll read it. But I got distracted by other ones and a lot of chit-chat in between. And then also I had to feed my cats and whatnot, so... yeah. And I started 15 minutes late because I was playing the Suika game. And I was like, uh-oh, I have a problem. Oh, okay. Well, we'll finish with Zalgo then. All right, cool. I have vague memories of Zalgo. Very vague. Another one of my best friend's favorites, but we'll start with Herobrine though. I'd recently spawned a new world in single-player Minecraft. Everything was normal at first as I began chopping down trees and crafting a workbench. I noticed something move amongst the dense fog. I have a very slow computer, so I have to play with a tiny render distance. I thought it was a cow, so I pursued it, hoping to grab some hides for armor. It wasn't a cow, though. Looking back at me was another character with the default skin, but his eyes were empty. I saw no name pop up, and I double-checked to make sure it wasn't in multiplayer mode. Potato pizza, potato. No one makes leather. Honestly, I was like, for food, yeah, I get it, but for armor, nah. Nah, bro, I'd skip that. I'd wait until I can have iron. I'll go unarmed. He didn't stay for long. He didn't stay long. He looked at me and quickly ran into the fog. I pursued out of curiosity, but he was gone. I continued on with the game, not sure what to think. As I expanded the world, I saw that it seemed out of place for the random map generator to make. 2x2 tunnels in the rocks, small perfect pyramids made out of sand in the ocean, and groves of trees that were with all their leaves cut off. I would constantly think I saw the other player in the deep fog, but I never got a better look at him. I tried increasing my render distance to far whenever I thought I saw him, but it was to no avail. I saved the map and went on the forums to see if anyone else had found this pseudo player. There were none. I created my own topic telling of the man and asking if anyone had a similar experience. The post was deleted within 5 minutes. I tried again, and the topic was deleted even faster. I received a PM for a username Herobrine containing the one word, stop. When I went to look at Herobrine's profile page, the page 404'd, I received another email from another forum user. He claimed the mods can read the forum user messages, so we were safer using email. The emailer claimed that he had seen the mystery player too, and had a small directory of other users who had seen him as well. Their worlds were littered with obviously man-made features as well, and described their mystery player to have no pupils. About a month passed until I heard from my informant again. Some of the people who had encountered the mysterious man had looked into the name of Herobrine and found that the name was frequently used by a Swedish gamer. After some further information gathering, it was revealed to be the brother of Notch, the game's developer. I personally emailed Notch and I asked him if he had a brother. It took time, but he emailed me back with a very short message. I did, but he is no longer with us. Notch. That's the scariest part, is talking to Notch. I haven't seen the mystery man since our first encounter, and I haven't noticed any changes to the world other than my own. I was able to press print screen when I first saw him. Here's the only evidence of his existence. And then there's the actual, like, type out and whatnot. The original Herobrine post on 4chan by an anonymous user. And there's the picture. Aw, man, guys. There he is. There he is, guys. I thought this was nonfiction. It's crazy. Oh, yeah, for sure. Spooky. That's very cow-like. Oh my god. Why is Ben drowned so long? Why is it? What? What? Oh, because I zoomed in. I was like, why is it all zoomed so big? Spoopy. Oh, no, yeah, same. OMG spooks. Okay, let's do Zelgo. He comes. And then we'll be done. Because then I'm gonna go and I'm gonna hang out with my mama. And I might stream tomorrow if I'm not busy because tomorrow's also my day off. So I want to say, yeah, that's it. That's it. It was originally a 4chan post, really short. But we're gonna do Zelgo. Blah, 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 blah. I might stream tomorrow. Yeah. That's the original Herobrine post, yeah. As far as I'm concerned, yeah. As far as I know. My streaming schedule looks like my days off from work are Wednesday, Thursday, and Sunday. So ideally I'd like to stream all 3 days, but again, I have other things to do outside of work and streaming. I have a very busy life, sadly. So I will try and figure out my whole weekly schedule before things, but those will be the days I will be able to stream for when I'm able to stream. So just to keep y'all updated, hopefully I'll be able to put out like an actual proper schedule soon enough. Okay, cool, thank you. Let's read Zalgo now, and then if we have anything else to chat about, we'll chat, and then I will leave you, and I hope you will have a great day. So let's get real spooked. Okay, let's get spooked. Yippee! Okay. Forgive the length of this message. This is the first and possibly last time I'll have access to a computer, so I thought I'd better write this all down while I can and get it out to those who should know. I'm sorry, Roland. I don't have to leave, but like my voice is getting tired, you know? And I have to go do other things. I want to go back to dance practice because I did dance practice before streaming, and I really should do more. I was just so tired and hot from being outside that I was like dying. But I'm not reading a long one, and we can chat still, but I definitely want to do at least one more stream before Halloween. Because I want to do a Halloween karaoke, because I like to sing. I don't care, I'm bad at it. I like doing it, so that's how it is, and that's how it is. Oh my god, me being bad at singing. So I was working on, just impromptu, because everyone is doing it, right? Everyone was doing it. A cover of Idol by Yoasobi. And I was like, yeah, it sounds good. I think I'm done. I'm just gonna try making a PV for it. And then I came back after like a week and like 2 weeks, and I listened to the cover because I forgot I was working on it. I completely forgot I even recorded it. And I listened to it and I was like, oh, no one should ever hear this. It was like so bad. I was like, who let me even attempt this song? It was sad. So you know, every time I'm like, I can sing, it's like, no, you can't, Stor. No, you can't. Am I too far from my camera that's not picking me up? That's weird. Okay, there we go. Alright. One day I might do another song cover when I learn how to auto-tune. Oh, when I learn how to... What's the word? I guess tune my voice in post-production or something. So honestly, I can dream. I can't dance and I can't sing, but I'm sure as fuck gonna try and do idol stuff. That's just how it is. I like idolus, so, you know. But idolus aside, let's go polar opposite and get spooky. Okay. I'm leaving town. I don't know where I'm going. I'm just getting as far away as I can. Okay, so as some of you know, I took out a loan and opened my auto shop a little over a year ago. Business has been going decently well, I can't complain, and I've always been grateful to all my customers who would come into me exclusively when God knows there are already so many established places in town. I've been doing well enough that I was able to hire my buddy Neil a few months ago, and he's been working hard and helping out really well, as far as I knew as I always knew he would. When I needed to take a day and go to a Lamaze class with Rebecca last month, I was so interested. I'm starting over that sentence. Well, I need to take a day and go to a Lamaze class with Rebecca last month, and so I entrusted the shop to Neil for the morning and most of the afternoon. That's the day I think everything actually started, because when I got back, he seemed to be in a stupor and was covered in oil. He didn't have something smeared across his face, as if he tried to drink it or something. I told him to go home and clean himself up because we had no clients at the moment and I could take care of anyone who came in for the time being. He came back 45 minutes later, but he was still much quieter than usual. He worked as well as he ever did, but something just seemed off about him. I asked him if anything had happened while I was out, and he just shook his head. I asked how many clients we had, and he just muttered something unintelligible. I asked him to repeat himself, and he turned and glared at me, and for the briefest moment I can't speak anymore. I could have swore his eyes appeared to be completely black. No iris, no sclera, just utter all-consuming blackness. I stumbled back and bumped a shelf, knocking things down. When I looked back at him, he was still looking at me, but he didn't seem to be glaring hatefully the way he had before. He just kind of seemed out of it. Just a couple, he answered. Some woman and then a tattooed biker type looking dude. I assumed one of them must have been asked for an oil change, and that's when he spilled it, so I asked if he had any trouble, and he simply shrugged. I had looked around the garage while he was gone, and I saw no traces of an oil spill, so whatever had happened, he must have gotten it all on himself and none of it anywhere else, miraculous. But he seemed reluctant to talk about it, so I didn't press the issue, and we worked on throughout the day. That day and the next were relatively normal, other than him still being awkward and quiet. I asked him if he'd like to go out and get us lunch while I tended to the shop, and he said sure. When I came back, I was busy doing a diagnostic for a client, so he put the food on the counter in the office to wait for me and went ahead and ate. I finished up with that customer. We'd have to keep her car overnight to figure out just why it kept dying on her, so I asked Neil to give her a ride home, and then I went to grab my food. He'd brought me some Chinese food and an iced tea, so I opened the soy sauce packets to pour them over my food when I noticed the strangest thing. It was as if the soy sauce was a living thing somehow, spreading out like dozens of squirming, inky black maggots when it fell into the fried rice and burying itself inside. I took the fork and started to scoop out the rice to look deeper inside, and the small smoky tendrils would rise from the rice occasionally and dissipate. I was incredibly hungry at that point, but I was way too creeped out to eat, so I chucked it and the iced tea in the garbage. Chucked it in the iced tea in the garbage. I am struggling, and decided I'd just wait till I got home that evening to eat something I'd prepared with my own hands. I'd never in my life seen anything remotely like that, and I couldn't even fathom how I would ask Neil if he'd noticed anything similar. As cold and distant as he'd been lately, I was sure he'd look at me like I was Looney Tunes, so I just shut up about it. That Friday, we went down to the old watering hole as we always do to get some drinks and watch the local bands play, and Neil was just as quiet and distant as he'd been all week. He's not a bad-looking fellow, though, and so despite him not really going out of his way to speak to anyone, a woman went over to where he was sitting and started talking to him, and they ended up leaving together that night. Monday morning, I tried breaking the ice by asking how his weekend went. He gave me a nod in turn and muttered, "All right." I asked him if he got lucky with that young woman I saw him with, and he gave me the smallest grin, which was quite possibly the first grin I'd seen on his face in a week, and said, "It went well." I didn't pressure him for details. I knew he'd share if he chose to, and his small grin was enough to assuage my worries and led me some hope that he might get back to his old self soon. The day was relatively busy until about 3 p.m., so I finally had a spare moment to sit in the office and listen to the radio while I waited on the next client. So there I was, leaning back in my chair with my feet propped up on my desk, when I swiveled around and looked at my bulletin board that sits behind my head with all manner of clippings stuck to it. I had a few Sunday comic strips such as Garfield and Calvin and Hobbes that I'd read maybe 100 times since I'd opened shop there, but that day something was different. The first panel seemed normal, but in each subsequent panel, inky black tendrils crept out of the edges from the frame and from behind the characters. Blood dripped from their ears and eyes, and sometimes even their noses, and in each of the strips one of the characters would say, "He comes." I sat staring in astonishment for a moment before I realized the tendrils were moving ever so slowly, and then in each of the characters' heads turned ever so slowly towards me, and I threw myself back away from the bulletin board, sliding over my desk and onto the floor. I ran out into the garage and yelled for Neil. I could not be the only one to see this. To my surprise, he had gone, and so I hesitantly walked back to the office and peered inside. The comics were still corrupted, but they no longer appeared to be moving. I crept over to it and reached out to pluck one of the comics free when I noticed the inky black tendrils starting to seep across the page where my fingers were at least 3 times as fast as they moved before I jerked my hand away. Nothing good could possibly come from letting that blot of ink touch my skin. Of course, I ripped the entire bulletin board down, burned it in a tin trash can out back, and never spoke of it again. That night, I went home and my wife was already in bed, fast asleep. My mind was racing and I couldn't even bring myself to eat dinner that night. With no one to vent my worries to, I fell into a restless sleep and kept awaking to nightmare after nightmare, seemingly every hour after the night until I gave up on sleep entirely. Struggling. That Friday I went to the bar again, even though my wife couldn't drink, being pregnant and all, and Neil wasn't really any fun to hang with anymore. And none of my other friends could seem to be reached. I just needed to get a good buzz and I'd start feeling better, I reckoned.
Thank you, Walden. Thank you. Thank you very much. Head pats.
I'm struggling, but you know, I do my best. Where was I anyway? Oh god.
I reckoned. After downing a couple beers, I excused myself to the restroom when I noticed I was more inebriated than I estimated. So I leaned over the sink to splash some water onto my face, and that's when I heard it. Like a sheet of fabric being dragged across the floor, a voice rasped ever so quietly out of the drain. It sounded like a prolonged exhale for the longest time, until I finally recognized the words hidden amongst all those vowels. He comes! Cracks appeared in the porcelain, snaking out from the ring around the drain. At least they looked like cracks at first, but after a few seconds I recognized them as the same tendrils of corruption I'd seen in the comics earlier that week, snaking their way slowly along. I stumbled backwards out of the bathroom door and right into someone's chest. I turned around and stared up into pitch black eyes of a 6.5-foot biker with tattoos covering every piece of exposed skin besides his hand and head. I stumbled quickly away from him, and his evil, piercing gaze followed me as I retreated through the bar. It felt like a dream, where whenever you're running for your life, it feels like running through quicksand. As I walked across the room, I noticed the biker wasn't the only one staring at me. It seemed every pair of eyes in the place were focused on me, and more than half those eyes appeared to be perfectly black, with no hint of iris or sclera. A few men's lips moved, and though I couldn't hear their voices over the sound of the jukebox, I could easily guess what they were saying. He comes. I didn't get a wink of sleep that night. I haven't been getting much sleep for the past couple weeks, as a matter of fact, which I'm guessing those of you who have spoken to me recently could have guessed. I keep seeing those pitch black eyes staring at me. I'm afraid everyone I see will turn and whisper those words to me, staring deep into my soul with that evil glare. Every time I go near a sink or grab a bite to eat, I'm afraid I'll see those inky, snaking tendrils squiggling towards me. Even my wife has seemed cold and distant lately. Then tonight, as I'm driving home from work, struggling to keep my eyes open so that I don't drift into oncoming traffic, my cell phone rang and it was Rebecca. She was on the hospital to have our baby, and for the first time in 2 weeks, I was actually happy. She was in the labor room strapped to a monitor when I got there, watching for her contractions. She barely noticed when I walked in, but didn't seem startled when I sat down beside her and took her hand in mine. I tried talking to her, but she was unresponsive, and I was so tired I didn't even realize I had started to drift off to sleep until the nurses came in and started moving her to the delivery room about half an hour later. I put on my scrubs and a hairnet and went in with her to hold her hand and started to coach her through like they trained us in Lamaze when she started cursing and screaming. I was prepared for that, as well as her ever-tightening grip on my hand, but when I saw that the movement in her tummy, my mind started to reel. The doctor said the baby was crowning and told her to push. I echoed his orders, and she screamed at me with a voice I couldn't begin to describe. When I looked down at her, she was staring up at me with those same eyes I'd seen on the biker, the same eyes I thought I'd seen on Neil weeks before. I tried to jerk my hand away, but she maintained her grip. Black tar-like blood splashed to the front of the doctor's scrubs, but he seemed to pay no heed. When I looked at her tummy again, black veins seemed to stand out beneath her skin, pulsating. She continued to stare at me, and she was no longer screaming, just grinning, those obsidian eyes boring into me. To invoke the Nezperidian hive mind of chaos, she breathed in a raspy voice. "He who waits behind the wall," the doctor continued as he stared down at the child, my child, lying silently, cradled in his blood-stained hands. He looked up and raised the baby, and it appeared to be covered in oozing, inky black liquid, much like that he had covered Neil the couple weeks prior. It did not cry out, but it was alive, and it moved when he held it up. When its eyes opened, they were as black as my wife's, as black as the doctor's. In unison, they all breathed his name. Zalgo! I ripped my hand free of my wife's iron grip and stumbled out of the room, barreling into the nurses passing in the corridor just outside. When I stood up and looked back into the room, I could see the inky black tendrils seeming to extend from the doctor and my newborn across the floor to where I stood. I turned and ran down the hall to the elevator and slammed my finger into the buttons. Yes, exactly. That is exactly the Zalgo text. That is exactly it. Where was I? When I looked back, the tendrils had come into the hallway, yet no one else seemed to notice until it slithered over their feet and up their legs, at which point they abruptly stopped, turned and looked at me with those same obsidian eyes. I abandoned my effort to call the elevator and broke into a panicked run for the stairs. I ran down the 15 flights of stairs all the way to the lobby, tore ass out into the parking lot, hopped in my car, and started driving. I didn't know where the fuck I was going. I just had to get the fuck away from there. I don't know if I'm going crazy. It certainly seems like it, but I just can't be around anyone I know anymore. They all have those same eyes and those same dead stares, and even my child. Oh god, my baby.
I still saw those eyes staring at me from the cars beside me, and some strange coincidence, the same biker from the previous Friday night at the bar pulled up beside me an hour away from the hospital and followed me for nearly 2 miles. He'd turn and stare at me, grinning. I couldn't see his eyes through the sunglasses this time, but I knew it was the same guy. His tattoos seemed to move of their own free will. The flaming skulls on his right bicep began bleeding from its eye socket. As soon as I could, I slammed on my brakes, allowing him to fly past me as I swerved to my left into a U-turn. I think I lost him. That was about an hour ago. I'm at a motel 3 hours out of town, the first place I found that has Wi-Fi, and I'm tired, and I'm shaking, and my hand itches where my wife's nails scratched me open. I honestly don't know what to do, or who I can turn to. The story will sound insane, and I'll probably be institutionalized, and I'm not sure that it wouldn't be the best thing for me, and I just can't bear to look into those eyes anymore. Every time I see someone new and they stare at me, I start to panic because I just know if they're looking for me, it's out there looking for me, whatever it is. And even then, when I lay down and start to drift off to sleep, I hear the words, "He comes."
Zalgo, yippee! And that's that. That's Zalgo. With the Zalgo text.
There's a bunch of Zalgo stories as well. I know one I read was much shorter and simpler before, and it had to do with like someone sitting at their computer and reading, but it's such a vague memory I can't remember it. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, but that's like one of the famous Zalgo creepypastas. Sorry, I'm just stretching.
I'm a bit tired. I worked till 8 p.m. last night, so I'm a little eepy still, but you know. But yeah, that's Zalgo. That's Zalgo.
Or at least one of the Zalgos. I know I've read a couple Zalgos in the past. This one's one of the popular ones. We read quite a few creepypastas today. A lot of ones that are really popular are also really long. And I'm not going to be reading something that's like 2 hours long. I'm not going to spend an hour on a single story, you know? This might be a Zalgo. There's more Zalgo stories? Oh yeah, there's quite a few. Let me look some up. Let me see. I think that's the original one. Yeah. Because I know the Zalgo. I know that Zalgo text and whatnot was about like image editing and whatnot with the Zalgo text, like with those cartoons and whatnot. I don't remember what like the first couple creepypastas were. I know He Comes is like the popular one though. I can't remember what it's been so long I couldn't tell you what they were from years ago, but this is like the Zalgo story. Yeah. Yeah, it's very like Rosemary's Baby sort of deal. Spooky baby thingies, yeah. But yeah, those are some creepypastas. We didn't touch like a lot of the popular ones, but like, where did some of them? What's in top ranked? Of course, Tiki Toby. Of course. Is that like the number one? Probably 9.1 looks like it's the highest. I was never a big fan of Tiki Toby. I just didn't think it was well written. Maybe it got rewritten or something. But I remember when it was first like posted and like it Castaway's DeviantArt and whatnot. Was never my favorite. I was never a big fan of like Slender Proxy sort of deal stories, like because Tiki Toby is very much like it's a Marble Hornets insert character, where it's like an OC for Marble Hornets essentially, which tied into the whole Slender Proxy sort of deal. Slender Jeff crossover. Kinda, yeah. Because a lot of stories spawned because of Marble Hornets, and as far as I remember, Tiki Toby is one of them, where it's directly written to be another Slender proxy sort of deal, just like with Masky and Hoodie in Marble Hornets, which Marble Hornets is so good. I was gonna meet Marble Hornets at a convention in 2014, but then Mama Fo said no. And I was like, why? She was like, small. And I was like, no. Ben Drown. He Who Wanders. Mr. Widemouth was another popular one. Herobrine. Okay, I wouldn't put it that high. Yeah, there's I don't recognize most of those names. Very interesting. Of course, Creepypastas. Small. Protect. No go. No convention for you. You are too small. But then that year, instead of that, I went to New York Comic Con, and I was like, oh, okay, so I was too small in July, but I'm not too small in October. Okay. Which honestly, this other con was much smaller. It would have been a good first con. New York Comic Con was my first con. It was insane. It was big.
I'm gonna go to a con again in December because I want to go to the Idol Festival at it, and I'm excited. I'm very excited. I'm gonna go to Holiday Matsuri. It's gonna be great. But yeah, Creepypastas, woo woo!
There's a lot we didn't read, like the Russian Sleep Experiment, Ben Drowned, Sonic the DXE, Mr. Widemouth, you know, the new Jeff the Killer. I would love to try. I would love to try reading that. There's a sequel to the Jeff the Killer reboot? What? Wild. Lavender Town. Is this what I think it is? Is this People Lick too? Yeah, humans can lick too, yeah. This is like a campfire story. This isn't even like a creepypasta. This is like everyone knows licking. Everyone knows this story. Which the first time I was told this story by like a teenager when I was small, I was like looking up them like, I don't get it. I don't get it. Of course of course humans can lick too. I don't get it. They were like, what do you mean you don't get it? And I'm like, I don't get it. And I get it now, but I was just like, I don't get it. It was really funny. I was pretty stupid. I had this great thing where like teenagers would always try and like punk little, like the little kids, right? It's like, am I billions of years older than you? Yes, but on Earth I just small little human looking child, right? I just small little Stor. And so they'd be like, ha, hey Stella, and I'd be like, what is it, older person? Spell I cup, and I'm like, ice cream? And they're like, no, I cup. And I'm like, ice cream, you mean ice cream? It's called ice cream. And they were like, you can't be this stupid. And I'm like, what? Or there was something else that like teenagers would try and get you to say, and I was like, I thought I had figured out their riddle. I thought it was like a riddle, and I'm like, I figured it out. I know the answer. They're like, no. I think that was it with iCup, where I was like, ha, you mean ice cream. See, I know your riddle. ICECREAM. And they're like, what? I remember that very vividly. Have you ever heard? Oh no, you 100% have heard. This wasn't even Creepypasta. Okay, we're reading Licking then. Oh my god, this is like a classic. This isn't even a creepypasta. I swear this has been around forever. Cause like word of mouth, it's been going. I could tell it to you even without reading it. Because this is probably, it's like an adaptation. This is like something that everyone passed around, right? This was like a copy pasta at that point. This was like a real like creepypasta copy pasta. You don't. Okay, we're reading Licking then, and then I'll stop because my voice is starting to die. My great-grandmother lived alone in the mountains at her cabin. Her husband was dead, so she lived there all alone. I I've been saying the ending the whole time. Wow. She only had one other companion, and that was her loving dog. They both adored each other, and the dog was a great comfort to her. Every night when she went to bed... What? Did y'all not have teenagers that bullied you or something? No way. No way. Are you kidding? Jeez. Every night when she went to bed, the dog, they both adored each other, and the dog was a great comfort to her. Every night when she went to bed, the dog would lick her hand to let her know that he was there to protect her. One night, she had gone to bed and the dog had licked her hand like he had done routinely since her husband had died. But this night was different. She had woken up in the middle of the night because she heard her dog whimpering. She wanted to comfort him and let her know that she was there for him, so she stuck her hand out like before, and she felt the dog gently lick her hand like always. She figured he was just cold, so she went back to sleep. The dog's whimpering had woken her up a second time in the night, so she stuck out her hand and the dog licked it as she went back to sleep. This happened a third time, and she stuck her hand out and the dog stopped whimpering and came and licked her hand. She stayed awake a few moments afterwards, and she went back to sleep again. In the morning, she woke up and stuck her hand out by the bed, but nothing licked her hand. She thought that the dog had already awakened and was just in the front room. She rolled over and got out of bed and heard a drip, 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 drip. She thought the sound was coming from the kitchen, so she walked over and turned the handles on the sink faucet, but it wasn't the source of the noise. After frustrating checking the sink and all the pipes, she gave up and continued to the bathroom to take a shower. As she got close to the bathroom door, it was evident that the sound was coming from within. She opened the door, looked above the bathtub, and gasped at the utter horror. There, hanging from the light by his collar, was her loving companion. His blood was dripping into the bathtub. She screamed and began to cry. Wiping her eyes and sobbing, she turned and looked into the mirror. In the mirror, she saw the dog's reflection, and written on the mirror in her dog's blood, with drips and streaks hanging down from each letter, were the words, "Humans can lick too." You don't know that one? No way. Y'all don't know that one? Dang. I was told this one all the time, and I would tell it to other people. Like, it got totally... Wow. I know exactly who told it to me, too. I still know them. I heard the story, and I was like, I don't get it. And they were like, what do you mean you don't get it? And I was like, I don't get it. They're like, humans can lick, too. It was a human licking her hand, and I was like, I don't get it. But yeah, basically how they tell it to you, like, as a campfire story is, like, there was a girl who lived alone, in a cabin in the woods with her it was just herself and her dog. And every night they had a ritual of, like, when she would climb in bed, the dog would climb under the bed and the dog would lick her hand, and that was sort of how they said goodnight to each other. It was their nightly ritual. And that's how it was. So one night she climbs into bed and the dog climbs under, and she, like, puts her hand down, the dog licks her hand. Right? And so she falls asleep safely and soundly. But she wakes up in the middle of the night because she thinks she hears the dog, like, whining. So she puts her hand down onto the bed and the dog licks her hand and the whining stops. And it's like, okay, cool. She goes back to sleep. And that happens again. And she does it. She puts her hand down and she feels the licking again. And she's like, okay, cool. No more whimpering. Goes back to sleep. And she hears it a third time. And again, she puts her hand down. Dog licks her hand. Back to sleep. And then she wakes up in the morning. And everything's fine. And the dog is not there. And she doesn't hear the dog. And she puts her hand down to see if the dog will lick her hand. And it doesn't. So she's like, okay, cool. And so as she walks out of her bedroom and she's, like, getting ready for the day, she starts heading to the bathroom. The closer she gets, she hears, like, a dripping noise. And then, like, the teenagers would go, like, drip, drip, drip. And, like, they would, like, tap your shoulder as you do it. And you're like, ah, stop touching me. What the fuck? And then it'd be like... And so as she slowly got to the bathroom, the dripping sound got louder and louder. Drip, drip, drip. And when she opened the door, she saw the dog hanging from the shower curtain rod, dead, eviscerated, dripping blood, and it was the blood of the dog making the sound drip, drip, drip. And as she turns and looks into the mirror of the bathroom, horrified, trying to turn away from the sight, she sees written in the dog's blood, "Humans can lick too." Dun dun dun! I was told that, like, so often as a youth. And I would be like, I've heard this one before. And they're like, oh. Because every teenager wanted to tell it to you. Retold Twilight Zone episodes, that's funny. Really? I can't believe JoJo is copying campfire stories. Wow. I don't know. Yeah, it is. It's like a silly horror story, like a campfire horror story. That's funny though. Yeah, I guess maybe teenagers aren't as vile to the youngins. I don't know. But yeah, this is one that was really popular. Surprise! Now you know it. Now you know it. Congratulations. Let's flip over here because I'm done reading. My voice is dying. Creepypastas. I want to do this again, and maybe I'll devote more time so I can, I don't know, like read ones I like that are really long, like No End House. When did No End House get so long? Excuse me. I love that one. If you haven't read it, I would recommend it. But then again, I haven't read it in over a decade about, so totally. We could switch it up, yee. My voice is tired. Do you know how hard it is to conjure a voice? Oh my goodness. It's difficult. It's difficult, I tell ya. Very tricky. And I need to go eat food and hang out with my mama. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed those creepypasta readings. I know some of them aren't good. Next time, I definitely want to read the Jeff the Killer reboot, the 2015 remake, because I think that'd be cool. I want to see what the new definitive Jeff the Killer is, because I don't know it. I only know the old one. That's all I know. I only know the old one, and then I know all like the fandom interpretations with Jeffrey Woods, and then I know a couple YouTuber reimaginings, like with I don't remember any of their names, but they did like there were a bunch of YouTubers, not VTubers, who would like do voice acting and like do audio stuff like as Jeff the Killer and whatnot, and they use like those like facial tracking softwares like in the early days of them. And I don't even think they were facial tracking. I think you just put an audio and then it would move to it. I don't know. I never looked into it, but they had like those things. I don't remember. There was like David Neer and there was one other. I don't remember his name though. There were a couple. And they would like create their own Jeff the Killer plots and whatnot. And I know one of them made like a movie. Originally there was like a group. I don't remember where they were from. There was some European country. They were gonna make a Jeff the Killer slasher movie, like almost in the style of like torture porn, kind of like Saw in that sense. And I was so excited for it. This was like 2013 or 2014. This is right before I stopped, but the project went stagnant and I don't think it ever happened. But I was so excited for it. It looked really good, but alas, nothing came of it as far as I remember. I remember no creepypastas. I wouldn't read them myself, but I watched this one person who'd read them over speed paints with Copic markers so they did for the story. Cool. Yeah, I used to listen to a lot of creepypasta, like reading YouTubers. Of course, Mr. Creepypasta, and then every variation of like creepypasta that, like whatever. But my favorites were Mr. Creepypasta and Madame Macabre. Madame Macabre was my favorite. I still follow her to this day. I don't really watch her videos. She doesn't post many videos. She's written a lot of songs for a bunch of different things. Her fan songs are actually really good. I like them a lot. She had a comic that was going on for a while called The Seer that I was obsessed with, and The Seer is actually one of the ways I connected with my best friend, where we were like on the stairs walking in school and we were just chatting back and forth about our interests. And we're talking about creepypasta and whatnot. And then I was about to ask if she'd heard of The Seer, and then she like cut me off and she goes, "Oh, have you read The Seer?" And I was like, and that's how I knew we were like best friends. No, how I knew we were gonna be best friends was like I don't know, just her vibe. She's the best. I miss her so much. She lives in Peru, which is very far, and I haven't seen her in over a decade. But I still love her so much. I hope she's doing well. But yeah, there's some creepypasta used to be big, and it's so weird seeing a new generation kind of look into creepypasta again, semi-ironically, but semi-not, where they're just like, oh, wow, this is actually really fun. Jordan Purasagi, I don't think I've heard that name. I didn't watch many speed paints though, and the ones I did were all digital, so that would probably be why. That's fun though. I might have seen one. That's terrifying. I don't like that. Yeah, there's like a Gen Alpha is like getting into creepypastas now, and it's like, what? Put that thing back where it came from, or so help me. Like, I appreciate it and respect it as a part of internet horror and the evolution of it. And I know Izzy's, I don't know how to pronounce it, did a creepypasta tier, like, iceberg video recently. I love their videos. I love their videos so much. But I'm like, I can't watch this. I've suppressed so much of this, I refuse. But it's just like, it's a part of my history on the internet, because I got into creepypasta around 2009, 2010, maybe earlier, maybe 2008. I think it was 2009 though. And I got really into it, like really into it. It was like a disturbing amount of into it. Like Homerstuck. You see, Homestuck I can appreciate though, because Homestuck helped make me into the person I am today in like a weird way. It does traumatize me, and I was super cringe during that point, but it was like cringe and free, and it was a point in my life where I was just having a good time. My creepypasta phase was more like I was delusional, where it was like, oh, you need help. Homestuck. Yeah. It was just at a time where I was like a young, impressionable Stor, and so I would look into all these things, and it was like, I don't know. I didn't like who I was at that time. But I can respect them, and you know, I get that they were small, and they were new, and they had no friends. And everyone hated them, so they needed something to turn to, and that was creepypasta. Meguki, help! Homestuck. Hey Maru, Rebu. Yeah. So it's a point in my life that I don't like looking back on, and there's just a lot of it that's like tied to memories I don't want to remember, and a lot that I physically can't, because, you know, haha, they all go into the vault and then they go away forever, and we don't ever look at them again. Locked away. But like, I don't know. I can respect that it's where I came from, but I don't want to be who I was, so I'm not really looking to get back into it entirely, you know. But I do still, it's less of I like it because I used to like it, and it's more of I like it because it's a faction of internet horror, and it's the sort of the early days of internet horror too, aside from forum boards like Something Awful and 4chan and No Sleep and whatnot. I think that's cool. I think that is cool, but my own connections to it I've kind of severed. Yeah, I think that's the best way to describe it. As an art form, I respect it and find it interesting, but as something part of my past, I reject that. Yeah, definitely. Fair? Good. So I think that's why I can joke about, like, oh my god, Jeff the Killer, my boo, what did I say at the beginning of stream? I don't remember what I called him. Sugar pie honey bunch. Like, I can enjoy those jokes because I've not rejected, I sort of cut that part of myself off, and I'm just like, that's not who I am, and like, they didn't that store didn't deserve what happened to them and whatnot, but that's not me anymore. But I can laugh about it now because I'm not that person anymore. Oh, Jeans in the shower! No! Mr. Jeans in the shower, my beloved. The way he wears his jeans in the shower is just so... Insert, like, the lip bite image here. Like, I can't do that, but... you know? I just think that's funny. I like laughing at it. Yeah, I know. Homestuck has very different feelings, where it's like... They were so happy that store. I love that for them. They had such a good time. It's how I really connected with my best friend aside from anime and creepypasta. I wouldn't have gotten into cosplay if it weren't for Homestuck. I wouldn't have I wouldn't have really got stuck with drawing or writing and whatnot. It was like a huge proponent of my interests outside of Black Rock Shooter, of course. Digital art too. Like I barely understood how digital art functioned until Homestuck. I was like, you can draw on the computer? Like, there's MS Paint, but like you can actually draw? I thought that was just like a joke. So, you know. And then it's like, wait, it's not just paint? It's not just MS Paint? Yeah. For store drawings. Yeah! Homestuck gave you store writing, store drawing, store everything. Homestuck is like my basis. Homestuck is where I came from, and I have to acknowledge that. I was very happy Homestuck, but Black Rock Shooter is what kept me in a form where it's like, yeah, that's a person. Barely, I guess. Am I a person? I'm kind of more like, I don't know, a living husk dedicated to her. I'm like a golem. I'm a golem, and my only task that I've been given is to follow the word of Black Rock Shooter. You want to know how I got these scars? What does the Joker say? I'm an idea. I'm a concept. No, for sure. Oh my god, my favorite thing I've ever been called is an anomaly. I love that so much. Now you have a higher purpose. Heed my call. Yes, my queen. Yes, my queen. Of course. Anything for you, love. Anomalous. No, literally, it's like genuinely the favorite thing, most favorite thing I've ever been called. Like, someone was like, Stella, you're an anomaly. And I was like, say that again. Say that again. I love that so much. I'm an anomaly. This is who I am. This is what I am. It's so good. I love it so much, genuinely, through and through. Why is... I just noticed that Twitch, Stream Elements, OBS, whatever, why is it indenting all your messages, Roland? What? Oh my god, Roland, look at you. You're indented. You're special. Special lizard.
So special.
How much time is left on this playlist anyway? It was only a couple hours, I thought. Time in a playlist is just like, oh no, it switched to a different video. It switched to a different video 43 minutes ago. If you're anomalous, I'm anomalous. No. You're not anomalous, you're just a weeb. It takes, look, anomalous is not being able to make scrambled eggs, but being able to make perfect macarons, okay? That is anomalous. Some people will be saying, oh my goodness, thank you. Oh my goodness. It's so silly, thank you. I'm sorry, what? Sorry, what? What? What's up? I'm glad you think that, Roland. I feel very special. What was I gonna say? I don't remember. The eggs didn't caught me off guard. Yeah, I can't make scrambled eggs. I tried once, and somehow they came out tasting grainy. And it's like, was there shell in it? No. I followed instructions. My mama Fos was standing next to me as I did it. And she's like, look, you did it. And I bit into them and I was like, Mama, they're not right. And she went into them and she's like, how did you mess up so bad? And I was like, I don't know, Mama Fos, something's wrong. But then I make oops, sorry, hit my mic. I make macarons the first time and they're good. They're not perfect. I make macarons a couple weeks ago. They're perfect. And I was like, what? Oh, God. I'm anomalous. It's like how I can't draw hands, but I can draw feet. No. I don't have feet anymore, according to the lore of Roland streams. Roland stole my feet. Enjoy those toes, you weirdo. Teleglitch's reality. I really do. I really do. That's okay though. Reality is just a concept invented by the human psyche, isn't it? Yeah, I don't have toes anymore, guys. I tried so hard to form toes to be like a cool, hip, I don't know, insert word that I can't remember here. Influencer? No. Content creator? I don't know. Never getting this one. Sorry, guys. Schrodinger's toes are gone. There's no more toes. They're just gone forever. Toes are hip and in. Yeah. It's a real shame. I'll never have toenails now. No! I'll never know the sensation of clipping toenails. Or is Toph in... Oh, wait. Is that toe picking or ear picking? I think it's toes. Toph in Avatar, where she's like, I already picked my toes twice. First was for cleaning, and the second was just for that sweet toe picking sensation. I don't have nails, remember? I'm nail free for now. Never mind, my model's locked. I'm not moving it. Sorry. No hands today. Anyway. What else is going on? Oh yeah, so, streams. My days that I'm available for streams these days are Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. Not Fridays. Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays. I would love to do at least 2 streams a week. I think that'd be good. But I need to figure out scheduling and whatnot, and one of those streams may be late at night. Wednesday streams might actually move to being late night streams, just because I have that sort of gap from like Wednesday to Thursday, and then Thursday might be day streams, or Sunday might be day streams. I don't know. I'm still figuring things out, you guys. It's rough, and my schedule is still constantly changing. Not in work, but like in life, you know? Yeah, there's stuff coming for me, though. There's stuff happening. There's that idol thing, which I was like, I don't think I can talk about it yet, because it hasn't been announced. But it still hasn't been announced, and the organizers haven't sent anything else out about it yet, and I'm like... We need to send in our audio by the 31st, and the event is, like, mid-November? Are we gonna hear back from you? I need to sign, like, the photo release form still. When am I getting that? Haha. Haha. So, who knows? Hopefully it all happens and goes well. And I don't die. That'd be cool. Yeah, so... I also have been recently thinking about redoing some like assets and whatnot. Like I like everything I have. I love my overlays. I love my model and whatnot. But at the same time, like I've been watching a lot of Mimi streams because Mimi is my Oshi, and now I finally have time to watch Mimi streams. Like more often. And like I look at her 2.0 model and I'm like, oh, I love it. But then I think, oh, making a brand new model, that's so much work, and then I'd have to... What happens to my other models? Am I still going to use them? What about my fancy model? What's going on there? And I'm like, I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with that. Because I'm happy enough with my models. Like, there's little things I want to fix, like my zippers and my sleeves, and even my ears. I look at them, and I'm like, they're okay, but they could be better. Like, there's... And my hair. There's things I look at and I'm like, oh, they could be better, but I'm happy enough with how I look right now. But at the same time, I'm starting to get that itch for updating things. I don't know what, though. I don't know what. I'll figure it out. Maybe I'll eventually release the cover again, but after that Yoasobi Idol cover that I haven't released, and I never will, maybe I'll show it on stream one day or something and be like, hey guys, look at this bad thing. Maybe then I don't know. I gotta figure things out. I have so many hobbies that I need to deal with. Like, I have too many hobbies at this point. Not dying. I don't have time for another hobby. I don't have time for another hobby. I already have too many. So I need to slowly chip away at my existing work before I even consider, or further consider, new stuff, so. But yeah, thank you for coming. God, I'm gonna re-listen to that Yoasobi cover. Of Idol, that Idol cover, probably right after stream, just so I can hear it and be like, eee. Oh, just to see if it's as bad as I had. Because I was in my burnout. I was still feeling burnt out now. I feel so much better now, though. Oh my god, you guys. Like, it's so weird how good I feel. I love it. So. Had to stretch again. So maybe it's not as bad as I think, but I'm pretty sure it's as bad as I think. Slowly chip away at existing. I mean, I still do, but... Literally, though. A lot of work existing, you know? You know? But yeah, hopefully streams will be... Hopefully streams will be at least twice a week. I would love that. If not, I'll do weekly Wednesday streams. Yeah. I think that'd be good. No! I'm so excited to hear you sing though. Here's the thing. I will never judge other people singing unless it's like on a competition on TV. Then I'll be like, yeesh, you should not be up there. Or if it's like a movie. Like if it's professionally done, I'm not dealing with it. But if it's like, I'm not gonna judge someone singing if they're not in a professional setting, you know? Like, who am I to do that? Two, like, why would I? If you're doing it for fun and you're not hurting anyone and you're not trying to like be like, wow, look, I'm great. Why on earth would I do that? Now, I'll pull up the cover now and you guys can hear if you want, but I believe you. Here's the problem. I hear myself sing and I listen to like some of like my karaoke and I'm like, wow, this doesn't sound good. But I listened to my cover of The Jet Set Life Is Gonna Kill You or whatever. And I don't hate it. I listened to it and I'm like, well, the audio mixing's terrible. But I don't hate it. And I'm like, okay, cool. Cool. Something I don't hate. Awesome. So. But yeah, the idol one I don't remember liking. Where is it even saved? I wouldn't know that feeling. Well, have you tried? Have you even tried? I don't see you releasing a cover of MCR songs. When's that coming, Ornip? When's that coming? When are you gonna sing, let's see, what's a good Ornip song? Teenagers. I don't know. Nah, you'd be better suited for like something like The World Is Ugly. If we're talking. When are we getting the turnip cover of Testament, huh? Huh? When are we getting Ornip Testament? I want to do a cover, like a proper cover of Glorious Break one day, because I like Glorious Break. Where was I going? That's the wrong button. Don't show that. I will cry. There it is. Oh god. Okay, good enough. Actually, nah, don't do that. Glorious Break is so good. Oh, there it is. Okay, I want to see if my idol cover... Should I do this off stream? Probably. Am I going to? Probably. Was there any part of it that I liked? Let's pause this. You know what? I'll embarrass myself. Welcome to the exclusive look at my forever unreleased cover of Idol by Yoasobi. Let's see. More detailed than your regular art? I guess it'd be because with commissions, you're like considering another person. Like when you're drawing for another person, it's like everything must be perfect, everything must be wonderful. But with your own art, it's like casual. I feel, at least. I mean, I'm not so casual with my own doodles, but I haven't done a commission in a while. Kino, I never even had commissions open. Kino was just like, hey, I need you to draw something, I'll pay you. And I was like, okay, why? And I look back at a lot of the stuff and I'm like, oh, that sucks. I should not have been paid for that. So yeah. Anyway, let's see if it's awful. Why is it coming through my desktop? What? What? Why is it coming through my speakers? Hang on. That's weird. How do you set up? No, you stop that. That's so weird. Where's the options? No. Playback device. Why does it want to go through my speakers? It wants to play through my speakers. This is weird. Why? I think these are my headphones. Oh god, there it is. Oh god. Oh god. Look, it's Zolko. Oh no, he comes! I don't have the thing set up in VTube Studio where I can change colors, otherwise I would. He comes! Insert black goop from my eyes here. Insert Stella.exe. Yeah, look, how do you know I'll do it? How do you know I'll do it? I don't even like drawing that much anymore. Turnip. Alright, let's suffer. Oh, it's mixed really bad. Oh, it's mixed really bad. Okay, sure, good job, me. Yeah, that's cool. Is there any part of this I might like? I know I did the rap bit, like the fast part. And I tried to get all the harmonies right, but I definitely didn't. Is this the chorus? No, it's not. That's an interesting way of saying that. What? This is horribly mixed. What is this? What's the chorus sound like? Oh! Wait. I want to hear that again. A little bit of growl. I really tried here and you can tell. And it did not go well! Oof. Where's the rappy bit? I remember I kind of liked how I did that. No, it's over here. Oh, no, that's not it. It's like... Yeah, there's a lot of weird pronunciations here. Yeah, that's staying in the garbage. That's staying in the garbage. That's gonna stay dead forever. I tried an echo effect at one point too, or was it? Where was that echo effect? It was like... Is it here? It is hard to sing, but at the same time, it's just it's so obvious I sang this while my voice was not ready to sing. Oh wait, no, it was before that, wasn't it? You can hear my mic peak at points too. Oh. Oh, there it is. That, where was it? Where was it? Was it here? There's just so much voice cracking in this. Like, what? It's bad. It's bad. My voice cracks like every other word. Ugh. Yeah, no, this is staying dead. Goodbye. Close that file. It'd be a fun song for karaoke, though, I think. I still know all the words when learning it. But, like, yikes, that is not... No, that's the most is coming out of that. No, no, no. I'll find a different song to release a cover of. Yeesh. If I even do another cover. I'd love to, but at the same time... In the trash it goes! What? Scarbage. Scarbage. That's something I said before on a stream. Scarbage. Scarbage. Anyway. Anyway, yeah. I'll find a song I want to cover eventually. I don't know what. I eventually want to release like a proper cover of Black Rock Shooter, but I'm gonna wait until I have like a good microphone and proper place to record that and whatnot. I want to do that right, you know? I want to do that right. So right now I can't do that. But no, I don't know. I don't know what song. I was thinking Rolling Girl, and then I threw out my voice. That didn't go well. Maybe another MCR song, because apparently that's what I can sing. Gaze into her killing jar, I'd sometimes stare for hours. Yeah, no, my voice is still a little fucked. Anyway, I think I'm gonna go. Just my little smile. I'm gonna go eat food, I think. I want food. And then I'm gonna hang out with my mama. I'm sorry. If I can stream tomorrow, I will. Like I said, Wednesday, Thursday, Sunday, but I don't know what my schedule is right now for this week. For like my off days, so. Anyway, I'll see you guys again soon. Hopefully tomorrow or Sunday. If not, Wednesday for sure. And thus I will leave you with hopefully a spooky feeling, either scared at cookie pastas or my bad singing, or the knowledge of my past as a ham steak, and whatnot. So yeah, I hope to see you guys again. Thank you so much for coming. It's always fun hanging out with you guys. I'm so grateful and thankful and so lucky to have you all. No matter what, you cannot escape me. That's what you think. You think you can't escape me? Try that the other way around. Anyway. Twas fun indeed. I'll see you guys again soon. Please take care of yourselves, Roland. I hope your tummy feels better. I hope next time I see you, your tummy feels better. But yeah. Until next time, remember, if you're wishing on stars, I hope you'll wish on me. I'm gonna go eat food now and hang out with my mama. We're probably gonna watch the new episode of Monster High and Jeopardy and probably play Uno or something. You know, you won't mashed turnips can't photosynthesize. You realize that, right? When you're in a bowl and I'm feeding you to my mama for Thanksgiving. I didn't think so. Anyway, please take care of yourselves. Okay? Okay. I'll see you guys again. Soon, hopefully. Alright. I'm going to go now. Any final thoughts? Final words? This is your last seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You're out of time! Okay, bye! Bye. Goodbye.